Hello everyone. Welcome back to Dark Heresy. Last time, the warband had made some preparations, some theory crafting, and then they were sort of hit out of nowhere with some news. Namely, Augie, from 4 weeks into the future, arrived on Benmore. You warp did not just grant him haste, it literally sent him back in time of a month. This is meant the warband is equipped with knowledge. Knowledge that the Flame Falcons are returning. The Battle Fleet Gothic is being mustered to presumably exterminate them. And that two of the trailing subsectors are beset by rebellion and invasion. It's going to be a busy time to be an Inquisitor. Now, we have made the decision that you are going to split up. Lord Reeve has already left for Port Moore, while your element is going to Lev. He means to slow the muster and give the Falcons a chance to prove their purity, while you are going to be their very first assessors. Meanwhile, the remainder of Reeve's warband, along with elements of the Ishtvanian conclave, are bound for Savia. There to ideally fix whatever mess it is the Eldar made. And the Orcs. And the humans. And, if they're not lucky, the Necrons as well. Maybe it is some Tyranids in there that can get a whole smorgasbord. Just need chaos to appear, and then bam, that's a box set.
I mean, I can probably make that happen, but I really don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, you know how to do a summoning ritual now.
Yay!
Just, use someone else for the blood and the bone, not yourself, ideally.
But if I use myself, then I don't have to live with the consequences of my actions.
True, but your soul is still damned.
Oh, yes.
And that's dying with the consequences of your actions, and it's quite a bit worse.
I mean, yeah, I suppose.
Now, you are lingering on Benmore an extra day while you await the arrival of one of the masters of the Ishtvanian conclave, Maeror himself. However, on the night that night after you have all eaten and drunk, but before you whisk yourselves away to bed, it's a little chirp. Alaric has woken, and Juno, he has something he wants to say to you.
Every time. Alright, I will get dressed and proceed down to the medbay.
They don't have him in a med bay, they just have him in a comfy bed.
That works
It's
too.
comfy. As you enter, he looks up at you, and you can see the glow of his eye sockets from around the mask part of his hood. They are alight, as if with flame, white and cleansing flame, and he speaks at once. Beware! Beware the hand of mercy. There is no warmth behind the flame, child.
Alaric, what do you mean? Are you speaking of the Flame Falcons?
The glow and his eyes fades, and reaches up a hand towards his head. I am... Oh. A visitor to little old me.
Yes, welcome back to the world of the living, Master Alaric. How are you feeling?
As if my cerebrospinal fluid had been replaced by expired promethium.
I'll see if I can get you something for that, but first, do you remember anything? Anything at all while you were out?
Oh, yes. Dreams. Any dreams. Some I remember more, some less. Creatures of darkness and chitin. Spiders and horned beasts. And above it all, the flame. A burning. It is as if the materium itself is alight.
I see.
Your man, Corbec, he'll feel it too soon enough. Oh, yeah, we're making warp soon, aren't we? Oh yes, he will suffer then.
Oh dear. Alaric, do you remember anything about the Flame Falcons? Do you get any sense of them in your dreams?
Oh. Oh. Yes, the great fire needed a spark. Not so many times they have provided that. What's once more?
Is this great fire the fire of war? Another Gothic war?
It is a fire. It could... The signs are not clear enough of that. not what it means, but a fire comes, cleansing and terrible.
Well, then, once again, it serves to us to be the firemen, this Imperium of ours. We'll be making warp soon, yes, to oversee the return of the Flame Falcon chapter, and ensure that they are as pure as when they left.
Yes, yes. Fire can destroy, but it is also
Purifying.
cleaning. Yes, purifying. And it is life. The dancing of the flame is the dancing of the soul. And it is a barrier and breaker of barriers.
So what you're saying is you don't know if we should fear this fire or welcome it. Or maybe both.
Yes. Yes. Fear and welcome. They go together. The anticipation of a lover's return. You fear that they have strayed, but you welcome that they come still.
That's one fear I'm not familiar with. Alright. Let me see if I can get you something for that pain. You should rest.
Yes. No, I've rested long enough. I should eat and drink.
Yes. Very well. Juno will offer him a hand then and take him down to the mess.
All right. So, head down. Pass Narcia herself up for a midnight snack of some sort, and once more that glow comes to Alaric. He just leans in and hisses something in her ear.
Uh-oh. Can I roll awareness to try and overhear what might be said?
Yes.
Nice.
You know, he said something about a dog.
Not gonna question it. I don't know what their relationship was. Narcia used to be part of the team. Whatever they want to get up to.
Yes. And some more of a glow. The prophecy fades from him mere moments after he speaks. You can take him to be fed and watered.
The puppy.
Nothing else of great note will happen that night. Well, nothing that we can go into significant detail about on Twitch. A great many things happen once Juno gets back to bed with Augie, but well, you can skip the details. Other than a slight annoyed mumble from Augie about what he's going to do to the next Ceiko that interrupts the pair of you.
Well, he's already shot one Cypher. So it can only get more fun from there, I suppose.
Then the next day comes. Oh, God. No, Augie isn't a traitor legionnaire.
Hey. That's heretical.
No, it isn't, I'm the GM.
Yes, in this particular fraction of the Warhammer canon, are Space Wolves also a traitor legion? Is that just how
Not
it is?
officially, but you're Inquisition, so yes, absolutely. You can't do anything about it because they're big and tough.
They're big and tough and have plot armor because they sell models.
Mm-hmm. And your best model came out like 20 years ago. And it's still that guy in the hat with the Inferno pistol.
Wait, no, I'm a Sister Battle. Our models are exquisite. We have fucking mechas now.
Yeah. However, your model hasn't come out in universe yet.
Oh.
She has yet to be appointed as like Supreme Abbess.
Anyway.
Yes. Just give me a moment to grab literally everyone that ever did in anything. I mean, it's not actually that extreme, but goodness, it feels like it. Goodness sake, why don't you have a... There we go. Is that a Snippy?
Yeah, you bet your ass it is.
Yay!
Breathing a nap?
I have to. Otherwise I'll pass out during the game.
It's very fair.
I
Waking up-
suppose.
Yes. You don't always wake up when you expect you will wake up.
Oh, you haven't missed much, just a whispered prophecy to you.
I love those. I can't tell which ones are because of my developing rampant schizophrenia, and which ones are just our gods.
Oh, this doesn't come from either, this comes from Alaric.
Oh. Good enough for a proper prophecy, I see how this is. Burn this fucking fleet. Don't burn the whole fleet down.
I mean, you want a Ceiko, and you want regularly, at least to my knowledge, engaging in the tarot or other forms of augury.
Yeah, no. That is true. Now, where's all that spook I was hoarding?
Yes, Alaric woke up from his coma, demanded to see Juno, gave her a prophecy, and then, on the way to get some water, just grabbed you and whispered something in your ear. There you are, that is the thing you were whispered.
Oh, I'm glad you're conscious too, buddy. Okay, getting a little bit too grabby here.
He is already under escort from Juno, the actual qualified medic.
No, you can come too.
Juno,
Yes, Narcia.
do you have any... I know this is gonna sound silly, but since you now qualify, at least partially, as a Psyker, do you have any silly prophecies that have come to mind lately?
See, out of character, have we come across any prophecies lately?
Probably
Other than
not.
Alaric's? I know there was... Yeah, there was one recently. The last time Alaric said something, it immediately came true, like within the same session. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I'll just convey that back to Narcia.
So only from Alaric. Good. Just be sure to inform me when you start developing the ability to see into time and space.
Narcia, we all did that the one time. Did Alaric mention something to you about, Leth again?
She might have mentioned something in general, yes.
About you being on the run from the Inquisition again.
I mean...
Getting hunted down or put down like a dog?
Close enough, I suppose. Judgment is not but the first stage. The old dog can, but you need reminded why.
Did you try speaking in Gothic, though?
No.
Okay. Anyway, yes, I am concerned about bringing you back to Leth, considering the circumstances of when we last left. Every prophecy we've come in contact, few though they are, has come true, so that's mildly alarming for you at least. I'll become an Inquisitor, though, so that's fine.
Even if that does come in true, and I have to die in a heroic last stand against an Inquisitor with a bunch of madmen, then that would be hardly the first and, the worst time I would have died.
What? Narcia, when
Just
have you
think about it.
died before?
Technically, when the orcs caved my skull in,
That was only brain death. The rest of you was still mostly alive.
and
know,
the
I was
time of the
there.
plasma cannon.
That was also brain death.
Yes, brain death. If I didn't have a mechanical brain, I would be quite dead.
Yes. So,
So,
cheer
this
up.
is perfectly fine. Ah, much cheer as I'm gonna get, honey.
Come on. What's another broken-in brain pan between friends? I'm sure you'll be fine this time, too.
No, this time maybe I get shot in the chest instead, like normal people. One can hope, right?
Well, don't worry. No matter what happens to you, I'll put you back together again.
Or down, depending.
No. Together. Juno will just clasp your hand in hers. I'm not losing you, no matter what. Even if I have to
Even
invoke
if
the
it
Emperor's
would.
own power to bring you back.
That is very, very sweet of you to say. We have to realize a certain fact. If we indeed have to start running from our own office, we will not have enough cybernetic replacements to throw around willy-nilly.
Just look at Jeff. We're beyond needing that now.
God, I hope so.
Juno just gives you a smile. I'm done losing people to this war, Narcia. No more. No more of my friends. That reminds me,
Sweet as
though,
that is, Juno.
before
If we had to
you...
fight war, you have to realize not all of us are destined to make it.
I refuse. And speaking of which, if you haven't already, go get spinal tapped by Null. We might run out of replacement parts, but we're not going to run out of meat to grow in a tube.
Oh, right. I haven't done that in a while. Oh yes, I should go and visit Null to get spine tapped.
You should. I've recommended it to everyone.
Well, it's a clone of a clone.
Precisely. Sure there'll be no ill effects.
God, I hope so. March ever onwards. Toward doom.
To our salvation. Go ahead.
Speaking of potential dooms or salvations, Narcy, are you going to go and get a gene scanned by Null tonight?
I mean, absolutely. First, one another reason to go see Null. And second, I'm already a clone, so whatever, it doesn't matter.
Do you bring that thought up with him?
Yes.
It will eventually. Especially if we are forced to reuse the same sample multiple times. It only goes so far, and the soul stuff is similarly limited. But provided you keep your deaths sporadic and regularly refill the gene banks, right? One could go 10,000 years.
Good. But I'm not so sure about the shoot part.
He shrugs. A regular cycle of death and rebirth is good for one's sense of purpose. You always get to see what you have achieved, what it was worth, and then you get to do it all over again, but better.
I suppose you're right in a sense. The Omnissiah would have made us metal to begin with if that wasn't the case. But now we have something to build towards as we shed our weakling flesh and slowly ascend in his image. And if we don't manage to get our apotheosis on the first go, well, what was the second one? Your flesh might rot away and you might die, but your metal bits will still be there for you for next time.
Indeed. I would strongly recommend, however, where possible, do not be disintegrated.
Noted. Stay away from melted charges. Right.
Indeed. Disintegration is not the sole danger. Anything that would slay the machine spirit should also be avoided. Reintegration of the psyche is best done with the same constituent parts. You wish to retain as many of the same cybernetics from one body to the next as possible.
That would indeed be ideal.
Of course, like all ideals, it can never be wholly realized in this world. Especially in our work. It is only a matter of time before we run into a necrontier and I have to start again.
I mean, necrontier, yes, that is something that I've certainly been brought up before, but there are worse fates out there than the necrontier. It could always be the bugs. Oh no. God forbid. It could be a greenskin looting your cybernetics for its own nefarious ends. The thought itself makes me sick.
Indeed. Well, while the machine spirits would inevitably suffer in that case, they could be rejuvenated. The Necron practice complete annihilation.
With a complete annihilation that have any of my machine spirits fall into the hands of a brute, such as a fucking orc. That'll be something that will taint the machine spirit for the rest of its existence.
There is no taint beyond repair, Narcia. You should know that by now.
I know that, but it still feels dirty.
Yes. But I have it on firm authority that some humanoids enjoy a dirty girl.
Kinky. But I'm afraid we have little time for such distractions.
Unfortunately true.
Oh, Narcia knows what he likes. But there's no time for this. Stop with this embodied voice in my head.
No. Fuck the Mechanicus boy.
I do hope, however, we have time for a few questions.
For you, always.
Reeve lent you a book. What do you think of monodominance?
Oh. You know damn well what I think about that.
I know what you thought. However, you have been on a prolonged field assignment. Further, the gift of a book may imply a degree of favor from your patron inquisitor. It may have led to a reconsideration.
It is true, I have been reconsidering certain things. But this is a case of preaching to the choir. It certainly phrases things in a very different way than I would, but I was already on board with most of these ideals before I even got the book.
Interesting. Your field experience has not then led to a consideration that a different methodology may be required.
I have been considering that, but sometimes it's better not to rock the boat too much. You and I both know what that can lead to. We've both dabbled here and there in the past. Small-scale stuff, nothing more. It's a dangerous thought.
Affirmative. However, it is a thought that remains, does it not?
That it does. But I'm afraid that any such changes will have to wait for less turbulent times.
Hypothetical. You fear the eyes upon you.
Fear? That's not a word I would have used in the past, but now, yes, quite. Fear is very, very accurate. Realize it's never been a matter of right and wrong. They don't care about the results. They never did. If they want to bury you, they'll find any little discrepancy in your career and use it to bury you. Even something as plain and innocent as a modification of a plasma weapon.
Indeed. How does your rifle suit? I was quite impressed.
You know how it is. It's good, but I have been outdone once again. I've been meaning to show this to you for a while, but never really had the time. I say as I pull out the case that contains the one that the Magos gave us. You know which one.
Yes.
I poured almost an entire month of my life into the other one, just to come upon this. But then again, it was made by a Magos, so there was no way I would have measured up to his venerable knowledge and skills. Just take a look at this.
Indeed, it is remarkable. Yet, I still consider your effort more impressive. You created it in a month. This, a single component, would have had 6.
It is pretty impressive that I managed to crank that bad boy out in a month. Even with all the stims I was on at the time. Oh, yes, the other thing. I even managed to find one of the old lost and forgotten patterns to put it under in case anyone looks at it too closely. You can just say it's Archaeotech. The Ignis pattern, they called it. And I just happened to be the only proud owner of an Ignis pattern rifle and pistol within this entire sector. God, that's bound to come and bite me in the ass one of these days.
Indeed. If anyone asks about it.
If they ask, I say, I found this, I put it through the system, and that's what it pinged back as. Because that's what it pings back as. Wouldn't be a lie. It's just, this would be a much easier lie to deliver before the entire sector decided it wanted to pick a fight with itself once more. I certainly didn't expect a shit of space marines to jump out of an uncharted part of space. I don't think anyone did.
The reports I have access to, they indicated the Dreadnought did.
It's bound to be more of them. We'll figure that out eventually. I'm convinced that some of them, at least, will have to be able to see to reason that there must be some outcome in this situation that doesn't have us fighting one another, especially not when all of these fucking Tau are laying about our systems.
Doubtful. The Adeptus Astartes exist to fight. They are gene-molded for war. Offer them an alternative, and they will refuse it because they do not understand it.
That's the thing. The alternative will be to us just focusing on the Xenos instead. But they'll have absolutely no reason to trust us because of how badly they were scorned by the Inquisition in the past.
Your prior relationship with the Dreadnought will be a crutch for you.
I hope so. I genuinely hope so.
Of course, that assumes they are still pure.
Yes.
If they have fallen, then this gambit condemns us all.
If they've fallen, doesn't really matter what the Dreadnought's opinion is. Or my opinion, for that matter. There will only be one answer we can give them. Lest we damn ourselves. God.
Oh, no, no. We would already be damned in that case. The actions of Lord Reeve in buying you time for the determination would be sufficient for damnation.
God, we're putting a lot of eggs in this basket. That's a very weird saying. I don't know why it came to my mind. I need to get my memory implants checked.
On analysis, it would be a common sentiment for a pastoral/feudal world. It is fine acclimatization for your return to Leth.
Oh God, I hope I'm... You're right, I hope I've realized this subconsciously and I'm not just slowly but steadily just turning into it schizophrenic without realizing it.
You are not. I have been scanning your mental state. Your levels of agitation are within the neurotypical levels for the circumstance.
Okay, that actually puts me at ease.
Oh, good.
God, how have I missed you? You of course know this is not the kind of stuff I'd be able to tell to anyone else.
Indeed. We have... It pleases me that we have this degree of confidence, Narcia.
Same here, same here. As soon as all these machines are done with their thing, I need to go out for another smoke.
Feel free to begin in here. The machines have already received appropriate dosages of holy incense. A little relaxing agent will not harm them.
And if I do, I can take out a glow stick for the nerves. Lay back. You know, in a very weird way, I suppose I did get my wish. I no longer have to rot behind of a desk. I'll never have to run behind of a desk ever again. Far too much excitement for any of that to happen. And that's where I'd leave it at.
All right. Yes, I think we can move on there. So, it is time for time to pass. Precisely one night and a bit. Maeror's ship does not arrive as close in as the Mother of Invention, but in real space it is far faster, and the little shuttlecraft that detaches from it is faster still. And so it is just in the early afternoon that the Ishtavanian Inquisitor makes his arrival. Told by Sarian and Tyran that he is there and that you can make your ways to not Hysarian's office, but Baroque Trader's grander office.
Well, of course.
As is only appropriate.
How many grand offices do we have?
We've only the two in the villa, but we do have alternative meeting chambers and offices in other buildings on the planet. And, of course, on the mighty grain of truth, there are dozens of them. Even the lowest squad of assault troops, they have an administrative office to call their own.
You have no idea how happy that makes me. If we only had this kind of forethought in more matters in the Astra Militarum, then things would be very different in this Imperium. But no, we only usually make one of everything, and when that breaks or needs a replacement part, we kind of have to pull something out of our ass. It's bad logistics. This place, this entire planet, is the opposite of bad logistics. It has great logistics, and I love it.
I would not say that about this planet, yes, but we of House Maguire do have our ways. We've seen much of bureaucratic inefficiency, and while centralization is a necessity, while centralization is a necessity for the Imperium as a whole, we are blessed with budget and space that we can distribute our efforts to some extent.
Centralization, the necessary evil. Oh well. I'm eager to see this grand office. Grander, maybe, I should say.
Yes. You should temper your expectations a little. It's more ornate and very comfortable, but honestly, it's a little smaller.
Small or not, you slap down one or two pieces of architecture, and all of a sudden, you elevate that from an 8 to a 10. Provided your guests are cultured enough to recognize what's on display. Which unfortunately most are not nowadays. And then there's the acoustics of the room. Actually, we should not be getting into architecture right now. This tangent could literally take hours.
Thank you. I confess I was. I would not be so. I would not be particularly well equipped to go down it with you.
Oh no, thank you. Your hospitality has been most appreciated. Also, you're absolutely spoiling me with those cigars, you know.
Well, if you think it, I'm spoiling you then. Ah, clearly I can't give you this farewell gift.
Oh. Where's that bag of coffee I had on me? I'm gonna have to step up my game then.
Yes. He, Sarian offers you a fairly large and richly decorated box. Within it, it has on the top a number of the cigars, various styles and flavors that you've enjoyed over the past few days. But under them, in neatly arranged bags, there is loose, dried tobacco and paper and filters, just materials to make up your own according to your whims and fancies.
Man, it's completely outshining me. Do I need to make like a requisition roll to see how fancy coffee I can give him? Because I fucking will.
Yeah. Influence, or I guess in your case, fellowship is would be appropriate.
And first of all, let's try retroactive commerce. Hey, Juno, you want to help me with getting some coffee?
Sure.
Hey,
Why don't you
Snippy,
assist me?
Cool.
real quick. What's your power field?
It's just a basic bitch power field. Just a
What's its
refractor.
power rating?
Just a standard refractor.
I don't know what that means.
Nice.
Nice.
Because I was about to say, you should probably end up getting what Eloa has and get a Mechanicum Protectiva.
I was thinking of it eventually.
Yeah, she's not going to be able to get that outside of a Forge world, unfortunately.
But yeah, that's the thing. We have to go back to Bip Boop World. There we go. I get the fanciest of coffee. No, that's not a waste of a fate point. This is an important diplomatic step to
Yeah,
these
he's an
proceedings.
important NPC. He's our new best friend.
I'm getting him the fanciest fucking coffee beans I can fucking get my hands on.
Yes.
Oh, they smell like caramel. He probably doesn't even know what caramel. Oh yeah, he probably knows what caramel is. You know the ones I'm talking about.
No.
I do. Yes, you can exchange gifts. Alright. Narcy, I think I am going to allow you to qualify for pure rogue trader now.
Oh god.
Yes, join me.
You and I are going to have a monopoly on recap products inside of the sector. It'll be great.
Yeah.
But as if they
good.
don't feel us, that is. Yeah, of course. Right then. Let me add this very beautiful and ornate box of cigars in my inventory.
Yes.
I love this. As we exchange this wonderful gift, we'll have to proceed to the slightly less pleasant aspect of today's work. It's as nice as it would be to sit here, enjoy cigars and a nice cup of coffee while discussing Imperial architecture. We do unfortunately have to work occasionally. Damn shame.
I understand all too well. I do hope that you and our good Lord can come to a understanding and you can save our captain.
Trust me, as do I. Oh well, this would not have been the first time that we had to pull a... I don't know if you're familiar with the saying, rabbit out of the hat when it comes to dealing with those blistering morons, also commonly referred to as the Elder. But I have high hopes.
I have every confidence that you will not just succeed, but you will outdo yourself in the succeeding. So, gifts exchanged with Viserion. It is time for that fateful meeting. After I use the restroom. I'll be back.
Okay.
Again,
Be right
I
back.
have to apologize for being late, guys.
It's fine.
Hey, what about Snippy?
Yes, I am here. I'm present.
Excellent.
Okay.
Guten Tag.
Okay. So, Sarian, I'll lead you to the door that is just across the corridor from his office and is substantially bigger. It's okay. The privateer isn't compensating for anything.
No, of course not.
And once you head in, you'll see a couple of other members of your warband that have already arrived. And in the center of the room is Maeror, fully unmasked and clad in a smart black uniform. He's sat in a high-backed chair, his feet up on a desk. Well, Tehran is just perched on the corner of it. Now I can move you over.
Who are
You know,
these
I wish I
people?
could say we meet again. So I'm absolutely gonna say, we meet again.
Maeror, good to see you.
Greetings, greetings. I am afraid your friends took all of the chairs. Lord
Ah.
Maguire apparently doesn't have a provision for meeting with, a dozen people.
Where's the couch when you need it?
He's got a very lovely dining table. We could always have that moved up.
We could, but it's gonna ruin the feng shui of the room.
Ah, yes, we wouldn't want that.
Or the fire arcs of his multi-las turrets. You know, that's what these other tables are. He gestures at the two round tables. Just recessed. Quite significant ones. Machine spirits are very well calibrated.
Oh, I feel safer already.
I'm surprised there are only multi-lasers. Gonna reach over the desk and offer a hand.
His arm just extends slightly to catch yours. He shakes it with an easy grip.
Friendly
I'm
shake.
fairly certain they're only multi-lasers because he doesn't want to have to redo the plastering.
Ah, yes, I suppose it would be a shame to mar the decor.
If his budget, he could have multi-melters instead, but those would actually melt the walls down.
And compromise the structural integrity of the building, which is not something you generally want to do.
Oh, don't be absurd. Didn't you know load-bearing walls are heretical?
Oh, God. You know, on one part, that is very funny because that has actually been stated in documents when they were trying to save costs on those constructions over earlier. But on the other hand, it hurts. It just hurts.
It really does, doesn't it? It makes you wonder how the High Lords expect us to live. I mean, they themselves can just have a roof propped up by mewling cherubs and towers of Ogryns. So they are probably quite fine with it.
Get a proper pillar in the middle. You know what? No, not the time. Not the time for architecture. More important things to talk about.
Architecture is an important thing, though. And it's the very foundation everything else is built upon. Literally.
I mean, I guess in a sense you're right. God, it's so much better when we're not shooting each other.
Isn't it, though?
I will put it on record. You did start that.
We kind of did, but can you blame us?
Look, to be fair, you did blow up Reeves' interrogator first. But let's not start pointing fingers. That's just going to lead down a rabbit hole.
Oh, yes. No, I was specifically just referring to our last meeting. I will admit, a robed figure leaning from around the corner in an abandoned building. It's That is suspicious. But
That was the abandoned building. We were in the middle of a derelict chapter monastery.
I thought you were a spirit of a space marine.
Yeah, we're all secretly hoping you'd just be an Astartes left over from the good old days.
yes, I'm told that that's actually happened now.
Yes,
that's in
actually.
fact why we're here. Or rather, why we're trying to leave from here with some degree of haste. And once again, our, sigh and slump her shoulders, once again are being taken away from the hunt for Xenos. One of these days, the Order of Xenos will actually encounter some Xenos, but not anytime soon, it seems. But yes, so let us get to the point then. So I don't know how much Turan's told you, but to summarize, the Flame Falcons are back. Battlefleet Gothic is being mustered across the sector. There's rebellion and separatism fomenting in the galactic south. The Mechanicus are raising their walls and defenses, and we're all caught in the middle.
Very quickly, Galactic South or Sector South? Because Galactic South is a bit out of our remit. Well, it's not strictly, but it's a bit out of our ability to do anything about it. It's really far away.
I meant the direction. I suppose it is the sector is the south, but it is the southward direction of the spin.
Understood.
But yes. Given all of that, and generally our preference, gesture towards the Xenos crew, to go hunt Xenos instead of fighting other Inquisitors and Inquisitor accessories, we'd, generally speaking, like to just form a alliance and go save the sector from burning down around our ears.
Inquisitor accessories. Well, that's a new one for you, Turan. Quite. Well, you do have to realize, to a degree, the sector being on fire is... well, it's kind of a necessary step towards actually fixing it.
Yes, I'm aware of your belief system in that regard, but the degree of damage is, I think, much further beyond even what you were hoping for. A few Tau here, a few assassinations there. If you want heroes to rise up, that's one thing, but this is potentially an outright civil war throughout the sector. The very people you want to rise up are going to be killed by orbital bombardments, and there's simply nothing they can do about it. The future leaders of this sector will be blasted back to the Stone Age by space marine drop pods landing on their heads, while they're saving refugees or replacing government officials that have run hiding into the woods.
Or, they might just use all the atomics as stall back in the day.
Oh yes, they do have atomics too. Space marines, that is. God knows who else does, but leaving our worlds as irradiated shitholes that are largely uninhabitable to the common man, also, I assume, not part of the plan.
I would consider that a failure condition, in fact.
Yes. So, given that total destruction of inhabited worlds is on the table at the moment, think we can all agree that that would be not in anyone's best interest, least of all the continued survival of the Imperium.
Yes, so if there are... Look, I'll be frank with you here. Bad turn of phrase for you, isn't that actually? Sorry, I'll be blunt with you. Let's go with that one. But if there is a substantive risk of your Flame Falcons doing that, then the rational thing to do would be to kill them all.
Well, I'm not necessarily worried about the Flame Falcons doing that, at least not starting it. They might have to resort to that if Battlefleet Gothic goes after them, but I'm more worried about the rest of the Imperium. We've already encountered one near exterminatus condition, speaking of Frank, and frankly, the chapter's homeworld was already a failed exterminatus attempt that left most of it uninhabitable and still glowing. If they failed the first time, I'm afraid of what the rest of the Inquisition will do to make sure they don't fuck it up this time. And now, with certain worlds apparently either throwing in with the Flame Falcons or just breaking off entirely for whatever asinine reason that is thus far unknown, it might be a spreading condition, not just on Leth, although indeed just seeing Leth alone bombed back to class would really just break my heart. But there's also Savior, which is currently being eaten by orcs, or whatever orcs do to a planet. Wish I could fight orcs more than once ever, so I would know. And then some horrible Necron Tyrannid darkness thing underneath it that the Eldar are trying to nebulously unleash or reseal.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah, fun all around. But also the town knocking about our supply lines.
Yes, they do that. No, I'm very disappointed now. I go to Saviour, all I find is a buried Tau compound. One which, by the way, I don't know if Mercury told you this bit. Analysis did suggest predated the Tau Empire by about 3,000 years.
No, he hadn't.
Oh,
I'm sure we would have found that out if we'd ever had the opportunity to go hunting Xenos, but would have been rather busy.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm
I
just
think
perpetually
that,
mad about it.
and you find Necronidelda.
Yes. Some unholy amalgamation of those things going on. Plus the orcs. Can't forget about the orcs. They're like little sprinkles on top.
Oh, yes, but really,
I know, they barely count.
it wasn't that. It's just that across the galaxy as a whole, 90% of inhabited planets have an orcoid presence.
That's
If you wanted
moderately
to
alarming.
fight them, you've been very unlucky in being assigned to the Gothic sector. They were quite effectively purged when they made landfall after the war.
Juno will glance at Augie and refrain from saying yep, we sure were fucking unlucky getting assigned here. Yep.
We can feel it.
Yeah, just Juno's lips tighten slightly.
And yes, it should be quite alarming. And Except orcs are orcs. For one thing you can count on an orc to do is stab another orc.
Also, probably scream really loudly while doing so.
Oh yes, but you can't count while they're doing that. They are far too loud for you to keep kind of mental focus required. At least, if you're counting anything important. If you're just counting for the sake of it, go you?
Yes,
I mean, at
that's-
least, Juno, there was this one time above Lev.
Yes,
Let's
there
get the fight
was that one time above Leth where we encountered a spaceship full of orcs that had been controlled by a witch who, when she lost control of them and also was about to die, infused her entire psyche to the ship and fled into the warp with no Gellar fields. That was fun.
Yes, it does sound it, actually. She was the one who could turn some of the orcs invisible, wasn't she?
Yes, quite.
Yes, that's the one.
Ah, yes. Quite the pranks she pulled with that. Go to a great ball. Everyone's dancing. He called for food and then... Oh, where is the buffet gone? It's invisible orcs!
Although, I will say, her pranks didn't quite compare to the prank of giving the Tau some sort of warp transversal device and having them tear a hole in space-time right on top of where she had torn a hole in space and time with her Gellar fieldless escape and shit us all backwards through time.
You are Ordo-Xenos, right? You
I'm
do
not
know...
sure. No, I'm really genuinely not entirely convinced.
You know what? That's fair. But, as a whole, the Tau Ava Drive is warp-based.
Yes, but they've never, from my understanding, they sort of skim the top of the warp. They don't drill through it like our ships do, which is what they did.
Do you know why? What actually stops them?
I assume it has something to do with psychers.
Precisely. To actually finish the breach, you need a Ceiko. A navigator, specifically. They can open the path, and then, once on the other side, they can actually pass what they see and navigate. The Tau, they can't Ceiko. They have very little comprehension, but a place like Lev, where the veil is already very thin, and someone was running around being a saint, even a little pressure may well have given way.
Or,
Of course, that's a hypothetical. I can't actually say for certain.
from our perspective, it seems more likely that King went off the deep end entirely and started outfitting them with all sorts of heretical tech. Heretical tech.
I mean, he could have done, but, well, he didn't have any navigators either.
Yes, I'm sure that the lack of navigators why it exploded, and tore space and time a new asshole, but still, giving them that technology is, well, if we hadn't been there to stop it, and I know, again, it sort of goes back to your whole philosophy, but the point is, if we hadn't been there to stop it, I think Leth might have just plunged headlong into some sort of time warp. It certainly
Excuse
seemed to be
me.
getting worse.
And
Couldn't they technically just get someone from the ethereal cast to fill in?
no, those are pheromones.
Hmm.
Ew.
At least mostly.
I hope to God they don't spontaneously start shitting out navigators. That would be quite inconvenient for all of us.
Oh yes, yes. But I would also remind you, I was actually there,
So you were.
and I, was, around with King,
I'm aware.
and, well, it is technically possible that he was so good at hiding that I didn't see his giant mechanical navigator machines and warp crystals and all of the other, I don't know, presumably demonic bullshittery that would be required to send the tower into the warp. But that strikes me as deeply unlikely on account of all of the things required for that being fucking gigantic.
That is a very good point, actually. Oh God, have the tower been playing us against one another this entire time, and there's just like one or two more parties on the back that we don't have any idea about?
Possibly. Unlikely. They typically aren't that cold. They're normally quite nice and cuddly.
What if the
Are
Elder
you-
were
Are
behind
you
this?
sure about that? The only tower I've actually talked to just kept screaming about he was a diplomat and please stop torturing me.
The Greta good.
Didn't seem very nice.
Did you consider not torturing him?
Briefly.
He was
Never crossed.
still being a dick before we started that, to be fair.
Never crossed my mind.
Although we did eventually stop. He still continued to whine. Then we dropped him off at was it some sort of archive? I don't know what that place was.
Inquisitorial prison.
There we go.
Oh God, that place. No. Ugh.
Yes, yes. Honestly, I am moderately impressed you managed to escape it.
The woman is a living cognito hazard.
Hi.
Oh,
Those
yes.
people.
Quite literally, she has a cognitive virus.
It's a fate worse than death.
It is. The back to the point, the tower. They really like their diplomatic solutions where everyone can come in and still be alive and just work together for their new glorious purpose.
Listen, I respect the spirit, but there are still filthy Xenos at the end.
Oh, yes, absolutely. It's not particularly something I buy into, but it is their racial character. Just as the Eldari are manipulative, cunning, and cruel. The Drukhari are just cruel, and cruel, with a cruel cherry on top. And humanity is righteous and glorious. The Tau are naive and loving and believe in a great way in which everyone can get on. Except orcs. They have eventually given up on orcs.
Oh, they actually tried that with orcs?
Hold on a second. That I didn't know of that. They tried to negotiate with the orcs. Next up, you'll be telling me they had a student exchange program with the Drukhari. No.
It's better than that, even. They've tried negotiation with demons.
Hey, how long did it take for them before they were handed over to the fucking mutation pits or whatever the hell they call them nowadays?
Oh, no idea. But they have a special categorization for creatures which are terminally incompatible with the greater good. Orcs, demons, and Astartes are the highlights on there.
What about the spiky Eldar? The really pale ones that wear fish hooks.
The Drukhari,
Yeah.
yes.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, I don't know. They've almost certainly had run-ins, but well, if you were to make me guess, I would assume the Tau involved either all died horrible deaths or were terribly embarrassed by the fact that they liked it.
That sounds about right, actually.
Yes, most things I say are about right. Some are about left, though. Oh, goodness. That one I wasn't even trying. Do you still laugh that much?
I'm
The
sorry. It's
absurdity of
just
this whole
the big tense negotiation, and you drop a dad joke. It's so out of place that it gets me.
Yes, it does remind me we should actually get back to that bit. Well, unless we want to continue theorizing about the Tau. Admittedly, we probably should to a degree. I know for a fact Mercury did tell you one of our slight issues with them.
Yes.
We don't entirely... Oh no, that wasn't one. It's the one that we don't entirely know how they got here.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's just-
that's
Mm.
We've been theorizing they found some sort of warp gate that got them here. Honestly, this whole time we were kind of hoping you had control of that gate, and we're keeping them from just flooding the Commonwealth out where we can't see them. Oh, well.
Well, if I did, I would lie to you about it.
Scrutiny. Oh my fucking
No way we're
God.
seeing through this.
Jeez, I love this guy.
Let me scroot him as well.
He has no.
Holy shit, Narcia! You did it!
It's fucking Narcia. He's not lying though. You could, but you're not, are you?
Indeed. Yeah, it's not just that I could, I actively would, but you are correct. I'm not.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yes.
Oh, yes, try being me. It's quite hard to establish any degree of realistic control over them when they have. There are so many known unknowns.
Oh,
Whether
perhaps.
they still have. One thing I can just absolutely tell you. Honest throne, bottom of my heart, a little gift of knowledge. They don't have contact with home.
It's interesting.
Well, perhaps when all this is done, we can work together to go scour the nebula to find whatever little hole they crawled out of.
Is it possible that their entire fleet could just be lost?
This lost?
The speed of their ships, they couldn't have gotten here.
I
Far
mean,
away. They have
the
to have
other
some sort of
alternative
boost.
would involve webways.
Oh, webway, warp gates, some sort of wormhole.
I would also point out that the newest models of ships, they do have a consistent speed about 1/3 of that of an Imperial cruiser.
Are these their newest ships, though?
Some of them. The larger ones aren't, they're the older ones.
Right.
They at peak are 1/5, but
So still, at 1/5 speed would have taken them generations to get here from, well, not generations necessarily, but quite a long time.
yes, especially given the limits of their warp skimming. It's not just speed. They can only go so far before they need some time to refresh themselves.
Yes. So it's unlikely they just slow-boated their way here, meaning either they got thrown here by some force beyond their control and are trying to make the best of it, or they found a means of conveyance and simply don't know how to get back.
Yes. Admittedly, with all of the temporal anomaly, I do greatly fear the first one is the case. They are just Tau who eventually did make the trip across a couple of generations and are now, back here to menace us.
Yes, back here. I really would like to examine that ruin at some point. Sure. I'm sure the Xenos could shed some new light on whatever they were doing here thousands of years ago. Kind of glance over towards the actual members of the Ordo Xenos who know things about alien hunting.
Yeah, your fellow sister. Oh, actually, let me just move them up so their names are visible out of the dynamic lighting. Yes, your fellow sororita, von Adelsberg, or Ceiko. There are xenoforms known to cause accelerated temporal passage. For instance, the Hrud, a presence of one of those engaged in migration or combat mode, could have led to 3 years becoming 3,000.
Oh, wow.
We have records of the effect of a Hrud upon mortals. They are quite immediately deadly. Even Astartes can be aged to the point of actual infirmity. This is from contact lasting less than an hour.
Right, so that is the kind of encounter you're better off doing from the business end of a basilisk.
No. It would be. Unfortunately, the temporal effects have... They are not immediately constrained. As such, they can cause the fusing mechanism to denature in the moments before impact.
That is... las cannons?
Yes, las weapons are a useful tool against them. Fortunately, the Gothic sector has experienced no Hrud activity in recorded history.
Let's hope that doesn't change anytime soon.
Indeed. Oh, that's a distressing thought, isn't it? Here we are.
There are more distressing thoughts out there.
Oh, of course. I mean, all of the denizens of the warp are just extraordinarily distressing thoughts.
Oh, believe me,
but-
I know that.
That is... That one is up there in terms of possible relevance.
So, we don't know how the Tau got here. We know they don't have any contact with the core worlds anymore. We know they're here in significant enough numbers. Eventually, after we're done making sure that the sector doesn't tear itself apart, it would be very nice to find out how they actually made the trip.
Yes, that's what I was saying. We could work together to uncover the mysteries of our Xenos guests.
Could be something from the uncharted part of this sector.
Ah, yes, yes. We know it's somewhere in the Grail Dark. Yeah. He glances towards von Adelsberg. The old Cyclops exclusion zone. Which, for those of you who aren't who haven't been educated since childhood to be history buffs, it's a sector of space. Well, a section, not really a sector. It's a section bordering the Gothic sector. In days of yore, the Emperor himself forbade any human to ever go into.
Oh, delightful.
Suspicious. Can
yes.
safely assume that at least you guys have been barking around there a bit.
Oh, everyone has been a bit.
Of course. There must be some really fucking good shit in there.
Yeah, to an extent. Also, even 10,000 years on, terrible warp storms, nebulae, hyper-dense asteroid fields. You've all void traveled, you know how an asteroid field actually is, but these ones, they are actually like the ones in Holovitz. Quite seriously, they can overwhelm a ship's void shields and smash it to pieces.
Oh, I
So
can see
considering
it's
our luck with space travel so far, I suppose we'll give that a wide berth.
what's the worst thing that can happen? A bunch of demons pop on, they destroy the Galler field, and then a bunch more demons pop on?
It's pretty high up on the list.
It's actually surprisingly high up on the list.
Yes.
I was more thinking about the last 2 times anyone here has transited through the warp. The ship almost got torn in half, and thousands of poor little naval ratings got sucked into the warp.
There's also that fire.
Yes, also the fire, also the mutations, and etc., etc.
None of those were permanent. Thank God for that.
Have you had any possessions yet?
Oh, not yet. Give it some time.
Well, blessings of the throne to stop that from ever happening to you. It's not hugely likely, but it happens.
Well, there are
Yes,
protocols in place for that.
fighting a demon witch outside of the warp was unpleasant enough. Also, fighting demons outside the warp was unpleasant enough. I don't fancy fighting either while we're in transit.
Yes. The most fun thing that can possibly happen is it's the captain who succumbs to possession. And he orders a couple of sections of the ship vented, and then turns on the regular fire suppression systems in the Gellerfield chamber, which then makes it start fritzing. And the sections that he vented are the sections you need to go through to get either to the Gellerfield chamber or to turn off the fire suppression.
You sound like you have first-hand experience.
I have first-hand experience of a lot of things.
By the throne.
Fortunately, it was only fritzing, it didn't actually turn off. Well, fortunately for me. Arguably unfortunately for you, you would be fighting Xeno by now.
I mean, that's fair. We get a glimpse in his tragic backstory. Holy shit.
Brutal.
The captain got fucking possessed. Well, that terrifying thought put aside for now.
Yes, speaking of possessions, can we talk about Frank for a minute?
Oh,
Use that as a
Frank.
little tangent.
Yes. What was it? Yes, the Dark Marshal, wasn't it?
Yes, that's what he calls himself. I refuse to give him the satisfaction of his preferred nom de plume.
Hmm. Yes. Yeah. The first time you hear one like that, it does sound quite impressive. And then you run into more than one fallen angel, and you realize almost every one of them has something like it. And it really loses its charm when you run into the copycats. That just accidentally, well, I presume accidentally, I don't claim to know their minds, but when they have accidentally just taken someone else's name, and then you have the three, and then you have to, log them, and you've got the champion of blood, the second champion of blood, the third champion of blood, and you have to remember each time that they aren't the blood champion, and he isn't the bloody champion.
I'm sure that must be very
Well-
embarrassing for them, like showing up to the ball wearing the same dress as someone else.
I mean, starters were never meant to be particularly creative.
Certainly true.
Did they at least use a different language for the blood champion, or was it just Gothic?
Just Gothic. When you heard them, you could tell the difference. And it was entirely in how they screamed. The blood champion, he had a low guttural scream. The bloody champion, are you familiar with castrati?
I don't think I am.
Oh, well, it's a ecclesiarchy thing. You take a prepubescent boy, chop his dick and balls off, so he has a high-pitched voice forever.
Oh, they used to do that in... what's the word for it? Opera! In ancient Terra.
Yes,
How barbaric.
Say
yes.
barbaric, but it paid real well. Wasn't such a bad career, all things considered.
Yes, the bloody champion sounded just like one of those. Except they cut a little too late, so his voice was just on the precipice of breaking, but it never actually did. That was embarrassing.
on a space marine? That... Oh,
I suppose I can see why
Yes.
someone would get very mad at the Emperor if that was the voice you were left with.
oh, no wonder he turned to a traitor. I can't. I mean, I know he could probably tear me apart with his bare hands, but that is just...
Yes. Except for the fact that he himself didn't turn traitor. No, he got scooped up long after the heresy was directly implanted by one of the traitor legions.
They do that.
Oh, yeah, they can do that.
Oh,
You didn't know?
this is my first year in the Order of Xenos. I don't know anything.
Oh, yes, it's quite new.
Oh, goodness, you are actually as old as your file says.
Yes, my 20th birthday is in 3 weeks.
I think you'll find that they're all as old as their files say. I'm quite meticulous about that.
Well, yes. I'm sure you are. But, is it everyone else that you have to hand files over to? No.
That is actually a very good point.
And then there's also the general difficulty of actually sending the files and the whole issue of subjective time. As far as I knew, it could all be 100 years older than you're supposed to be.
I mean, we have been through enough temporal anomalies that there is a very likely possibility at this point.
You may have been. I haven't yet.
Yes.
It's everyone
no,
around
I
us
have
who's fallen through time one way or another. She'll nudge Augie.
Well, and by we, I am including you, we have, from time to time, but it has typically only been a matter of days, or a week or two.
Is that what we've arrived a little early at our destination has meant this whole time? I thought we just made good God damn it.
It's indeed, it is a little of both, but D-daughter Brett's, that was a full-on temporal anomaly. It just also happened to include spatial displacement.
Well, anyway, none of us have experienced a substantial one like Reeves' party did, so we have that going for us.
Well, that is fortunate. There are only so many times one can live through 950 and stay sane. Dreadfully boring, yeah. In my case, it was only once.
How much shit have you been through?
Define how. You're going to have to give me some definitions here to work with.
Years of serving the throne in one way or another. Experienced years.
Oh, I have no idea.
Like 100, 1,000?
It blends together after a point.
It does. I remember the Gothic War. Was with Horst back then. Admittedly, there are some skips in between then and now. But that's... Well, that itself was 850 years ago and change.
Come on, Bob, ask your question.
Bob, do it.
No, Merzendi's already answered this question. Oh. Yeah, no, we're taking place even before the Second Gothic War. I was being facetious.
Oh. Listen.
Unless I want to be really dumb. and
I
get
think-
smacked down.
I think Merzendi would voice an excellent Admiral Spire, and I wish we could just follow him around like lost puppies.
Oh.
Right. I can see, after what I've seen in just a year of service, how your perspectives on service have grown a bit wider than Reeves has, yes.
Oh, Reeves himself been at it for a good long while. He is purely objective, at least 400 years old. You know that, right?
No, not really.
I mean, I did, but
Nobody tells me shit.
There is...
No clue. Yes.
I mean, you never really asked.
I mean, that's also more than fair. Just assumed he was a grandpa.
I mean, it probably is.
Juno subtly cuts back towards Balti. Thank you.
I mean, Baltus doesn't know he has a kid. Remember, I left before I found
Oh yeah,
out
I
she was
know.
Yeah, you did the exact same thing your dad did.
I know.
Yes, you did. It really runs in the family, don't it? And this is why we have to go back to lab, so you can see your baby.
I don't think it's actually been long enough yet.
Well, no, you can see it on the fucking ultrasound.
Yes, anyway. Yes. Yeah. You know, I thought he gave a primer. Oh,
No,
that was us, actually. You were meant to get a primer. I'm actually sorry about that.
Wait, who said that?
Maeror.
He was supposed to give us a primer?
Yes, things have been rather hectic.
No. You were meant to get a primer, but some of our agents blew it up.
Understandable.
Ah. Yes, no, we spent like one warp transit getting basic training, and I got thrown out to Moab. And then Father Rose started a riot and stole Tron's pants.
That
Pants? He took my entire outfit. They were just the bits that fitted him at all.
You know, that man back in Armageddon was considered a war hero.
War heroes
He
can
was-
wear fishnets too. See, it's fine.
He was an unique individual.
Yes. I would quite happily wager a throne on it being absolutely true. He was a war hero, and him being a war hero is why he was like that. The brain damage from all of the grenades.
Yeah,
I did
Yeah.
examine him once. That is factually true, but
I think he might have had a
cognizant for someone that has so much shrapnel in his skull.
honestly, I'm still just somewhat reeling from the fact that he wasn't wearing the fishnets before we got to the planet.
Every time we bring up this topic, it just gets more awkward.
You know, it makes sense since they really didn't fit that well.
It's just...
I try not to
Oh,
judge, I really do, but
It's like cutting off circulation to his legs.
See, you say that, but that in itself makes it more likely that he did it for himself. I'd say for pleasure, but he was a preacher. They don't do pleasure. That the whole thing of what's the word? Begins with an F. Flagellation. That's it. Flagellation and deprivation. Generally being a mendicant. Doing things that are uncomfortable in order to focus one's mind on faith.
Yes, let's all pretend that's exactly what Ro was doing.
Yeah.
Yes, he decided he was clearly going to die, so he took what steps were available to spiritually purify himself.
Oh, poor
Juno's trying
Tiran.
very hard not to laugh. She feels really bad, too.
Poor fucking Tiran.
Was that her best outfit?
She is currently wearing what appears to be an identical outfit. Yes. Our line of work really does draw unique personalities.
Yeah, it really does.
And consider a lot of you got perfected a gene-modified administratum clerk, an ex-Navy rogue trader, a veritable saint, a magos, an incredibly potent psyker, and a genuinely impressive marksman. And I'm saying that from my standards of having worked with Clade Vindicare.
Indicate. Oh.
Good job, Ceiko.
Oh. I mean, we at least look normal from afar. No, it's a lie.
No.
We don't look normal.
We
You
have
could
a
probably
cat
tell
girl.
we're an inquisitorial team from a kilometer away.
Oh, yes, actually, I did quite forget. Your new blade mistress.
You should have her files yet.
Well, I don't need files to recognize the Comtesse Meditaire.
Oh yeah, of course, you were on that planet way before we were.
If if I'd known it was just requiring being a good swordsman, I would have scooped you up myself, my dear girl. But fate and opportunity, all that.
Yes, well, we've had a ample host of opportunities this last year to gain all sorts of new friends and new power. But that new power and new friends, kind of incline her head towards the Ishtanians, do need to be pointed somewhere to be of any use other than just memeing around in a conference room.
Yes. Yes. I would assume you want us to go to Savia.
Well, someone needs to, and someone needs to go to Leth, and we know a Flame Falcon already, so that inclines us to go to Leth and you to Savior. While our disciplines may be reversed in speciality on that regard, I think we would have the more success back on Leth. So, yes, in short, please go to Savior and be their saviors before the Eldari Necron Tyrannid thing happens and eats the planet, and God knows what else.
Hmm. Are you quite sure?
No,
And
but
the dealing with that does sound like a lot of fun, I will admit, but at the same time, look, completely dropping the jokes and laughter, quite frankly, your company, your little warband, you are precisely what would be suited to taking care of the Gothic sector in the years to come. And as such, I do have a fair interest in seeing you survive. Admittedly, I could eventually, I'm sure, find another skilled administrator, skilled and sainted leader, skilled technical leader and figure of note among the Mechanicus, along with blue blood and a ruthlessness of slaughter to back it up. But that would take really quite some time, and well, one never knows how much time one has. So I would rather see a lot of you still alive afterwards. And if something were to go wrong, well, I don't mean to cast any doubt on your abilities as a whole, especially after I just spent so long praising them, but would you really be able to get away from the Falcons if they were renegade?
glance at Augie. He's a spaceman.
We have too many unknowns to gauge that. The size and character of their fleet, and how obviously they wear their corruption. If they present a loyal facade, but in speaking to them, they prove wicked, we would struggle to retrieve a diplomatic team. And in your case, you would I would put every effort into their retrieval. Even if that meant the loss of your ship, loss of the knowledge of their corruption. I doubt it would come to that. If they were so corrupt as to prevent astropathic messaging, we would see it in time. I wouldn't be so certain. We didn't go into much on the topic, but you did bring up Frank earlier.
Yes, now this time we know what to look for in a tainted angel. Or one wearing the face of another man, in fact. I suppose in that regard, at least, we should thank the Dark Marshal for giving us the opportunity to learn ahead of time what horrible secrets even a space marine can harbor.
There are a lot of different methods, though. You know what to look for one of them. As you said, wearing the skin of someone else. That's not the only way to hide.
I'm sure, but still. We have a new sense of wariness that we had not possessed before. We won't be made fools of again. Not with so many lives on the line.
Well, your confidence is admirable, if nothing else. But I'll wait to see the result.
Great confidence and charisma are about all I have left to show to the world at this point, but there's little else we can do about it. Someone has to go to Leth and try and stop this Gothic war before it begins and flattens countless Imperial worlds.
Yes. And even if you stop the war against the Falcons, there will still be a war. Was invasion mentioned as well, wasn't there?
Yes, invasion by Xenos unknown. Whether that's the Tau or whatever's going on Savior, we don't know, but if we can remove the Flame Falcon concern, and if you can rein in whatever rogue plans have gone awry down in the sector south, then the whole force of the Imperium can be turned on this invasion fleet who or whatever they are, rather than us being broken in half by it while we're busy fighting ourselves.
Mm. Well, we shall certainly try. If you do think you can handle Lev by yourselves, have at it. I will light candles and prayers for your success.
That's very touching.
I genuinely appreciate it. And will you go to Savior and stop this Xenos menace?
Well, I suppose that if I don't get to come and possibly assassinate a heretical Astartes warlord, then I will take the consolation prize of Necronidelda.
That's something.
Out of character. I mean, look, if Maeror wants to come with us and the rest of his forces go to Savior, that's fine. I don't give a fuck where he goes personally. I just need somebody over there who's competent.
Well, how competent are these guys? We've been foiling their plans. Us who don't know what they're doing. Two, I notice his plans often involve long, complicated, multi-tiered steps. Like he's trying to play the long con as well. So we might have to do both.
Look, it's better than Tyran, who rumbled her entire operation on this planet just by walking up to a door.
Look, all signs she had indicated you had already rumbled it.
Yeah, that sounds like us, all right.
Yep.
You show up in orbit, you immediately go down and meet with someone who had been investigating one of her assets, and then you go and have dinner with that asset. Like, I'm sorry, but that is a James Bond move. Like, that is just you saying, hello, yes, Spectre, we know you're here. Why don't you come and have dinner as well?
Listen, we are playing 6D chess, but we only are aware of the fucking 2D here. It's just somehow accidentally winning. It's fine.
Yes, it is also the thing that they do know all of your names, all of your faces. They have access to your inquisitorial files. And the more that you prove you're willing to just talk, the more likely it is that when you show up on a planet, they'll just have a guy there who's just going to come say hi, tell you what not to fuck with.
See, I appreciate
like that. That was basically what Marco was, except he also, just was asking for help because there was a lot of fucking going on because, their cell leader was the fucker.
Who was, in fact, the Crimson Fucker.
Big oopsie.
Yeah, big oopsie. Like, I'd love to hammer that point home with Maeror, but it's more important that we just work together right now, so I'll come browbeat him later. I'm gonna take up the whole session with me having a fucking philosophical argument about, like, the need for oversight for non-governmental organizations.
We can do that later when the sector's not burning down.
No, you can try to do that later, and then, just as he did now, he will deflect it with jokes and anecdotes. And you will never actually get into a moral discussion with him. You'll just come away really liking him.
Look, I came into this liking him. He said toodles to us once.
Just have a conversation. Just like, oh yeah, also, just start telling him about all the weird things fucking Frank told you.
I haven't told anybody about the shit Frank told me, alright? Juno internalized that crisis of faith. You may have noticed she doesn't string the words emperor and god together very much anymore.
Yes. Well, yes, I have noticed that.
It's fine, though. It's fine. But
Anyway,
it's what Big E became that matters. Yes, no, I will pin him down eventually. I could now. I choose not to because I need him to work with me. But yes, also, again, out of character. If anyone wants to try and get Maeror to just come with us and send fucking Tyrann or whoever to deal with the savior problem, speak up now. Otherwise, we won't have an Inquisitor daddy again. Just have regular daddy Augie.
I mean, is that something we want?
I'm asking you if you want it. Do we want to pull a Savin and have the main antagonist just pal around with us for a while?
Inquisitorial. Well, we do bear the right of a rosette, but actual Inquisitor would be. I hate to admit it, but would be useful.
Mayor
Yeah.
ain't no slouch either.
He was also on the planet way before we were. And he's much older than us all together.
It's true, but we're also leaving the hands in,
No, it's just a bunch of orcs, right?
Necro. What?
We don't
was
know what the
presented?
fuck's going on there. It's at least orcs and Eldar, and maybe also Tyranids and or Necrons.
Is this the Cold Shoulder sector? Is this where that takes place?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, I got to link you that. It's a huge ass story, but it's funny as fuck.
You know what? As nice, as wise, and powerful as he is, I don't think the Flame Falcons might like him much.
You know, that's a good point. He is a.
I think, if anything, they might hate him for what he's brought on their planet. And they might not take kindly to his smugness. I mean, we can, but fucking Space Marines are artistic, so maybe not.
It's true. Alright, let's. I guess. Bob, what do you think?
Is that me as a player?
Yes, you as a player. Do you want to bring Maeror with us or not?
No, I don't think so.
Uh,
I think they're going to need all the help they can get.
Okay. Then
I
think the
if they're
no's have it then.
Yeah.
Well,
As fun as it would be to have our own personal Lord Winter kicking back with us, it's more important to increase Savior's success chance and also not make the Flame Falcons blame us. So yeah, we'll stick with Maeror getting the consolation prize. Juno will nod emphatically. Thank you for that. Between the two organizations of ours, we have a fighting chance at keeping this whole sector from burning down.
Yes. I don't know if you're... Your homeworld had forests on it, didn't it?
It did, yes.
Did your people engage in controlled burns?
I don't know, to be honest.
Ah. Fair. The principle of it is that, in a forest or similar wooded area, eventually there will be a large build-up of flammable material, and eventually it'll catch flame and could destroy the whole forest. A controlled burn is preempting that, lighting sections of plant matter up so that it burns away, but the forest as a whole survives. That's what really we want to do, in crude metaphorical terms. So the whole sector burning down, yes, don't want that. Would be a shit proof of concept. Can't exactly bring a dead sector to the High Lords and say, look, try our methods.
Yes, no.
I mean, we could, but...
I don't think you'll get much headway there. Probably thrown in a prison or something.
Well, honestly, 50-50 of that, or they name me Ecclesiarch, and then 5 years later, Lord of the Administratum, and bam, I get a harem of bolter bitches.
Well, if that happens, do remember who your friends are. I'll give him a winning little smile.
Juno, you must be the only sister in existence that doesn't get that nervous twitch when bolter bitches are mentioned.
I've shot a bolter at someone in anger once. I don't really care.
Yeah, no, usually when that word is tossed around, there's at least... You know what? Never mind.
Yes, I know. Believe me, I used to tease some of the actual battle sisters before they shoved me into a locker with it.
Oh! Yeah, no, you're not supposed to say that around Sisters of Battle.
I know, that's why I said it. And they were already going to shove me into a locker.
Did they shove harder, or what?
Usually they would shove me upside down. Optionally with someone's underpants in my mouth.
Very creative.
Tyran, does Elysium do that? Locker shoving? Yes. Underpants, I can't say I ran into that at all.
Must have been a Terran thing. Just to look back at Eloa. You're one to talk, Miss. I have giant orgies with the adepts.
You know what? Being a clone isn't so bad after all.
That's hardly my past, unless you're counting 4 hours ago my past.
It is technically past.
I mean, technically, but I was more referring to the judgment of having... Never mind. Anyway. She'll adjust her little blindfold. So, where were we? Something about controlled burns. Yes, I understand what you're going for there. I don't necessarily agree, but also it's not our Ordo's prerogative, and as long as you can kind of figure out a way to keep shit like the Dark Marshal or ripping holes in space-time from happening, I really don't care all that much. I have Tyranids to go light on fire and step on with big stompy robots. So, at some point,
You really did get assigned to the wrong sector, didn't you?
I really did, yes. All I've ever wanted this whole time, ever since I got here, is to find a big stompy robot, get in the big stompy robot, and go step on some Tyranids. But no.
I mean, you did
this
get in the
nonsense.
robot like once.
I did, and then I had to give it back. And you know what?
We
When we
had to
got
roll
here,
back.
if we'd managed to find the captain and save him from the Eldar, we were like one system away from a place where they have a bunch of giant robots I could go steal. But no, I have to go back to Lith now. Anyway, the point is...
Why did you have to give it back?
Because it wasn't mine. The
It
people
was
who owned it
relentless.
were still alive, just not the pilot.
You did handle it surprisingly well, all things considered.
One of these days, people are going to stop underestimating my ability to handle my shit.
It's more like... Okay. Did they ever tell you what happened to the previous pilot?
Yes, we pulled his burnt ashen corpse out of the cockpit.
Yes. So, you were very close to being that dead pilot when you charged in there.
Yes, but I wasn't. 'Cause I knew what I
You
was
pulled
doing.
back after
Yes.
considerable effort. I hope you can see why. If you're gonna pilot one of these, you gotta get just the right one.
Yes, and I don't want a borrowed one. I want my own stompy robot. But that's a subject for another time when I'm not having to go save the galaxy and can fuck around with Augie and go explore the Grail Dark Nebula or go to Luxor and raid abandoned shipping containers full of robots. Right now,
Technically, saving the galaxy is a job that never ends.
yes, but there are ebbs and flows, and right now we're in the flow period.
Quite.
Anyway, the point is, at some point, we're going to have a conversation about the chaos infiltration of your ranks and the paratech, but really, again, that's not our prerogative. If we can just kind of, suppress that a little bit, then Reeve will leave you alone. We can all be friends, and I can go step on Tyranid somewhere.
And honestly, what's the actual point of having a conversation about that? You've quite firmly stated your objectives, and given that I don't want chaos in my ranks, I think we can just entirely agree.
Yes, well, I suppose the conversation would come about some sort of oversight, given, the Frank situation and whatever happened on Leth with regard to ripping a hole in space and time twice in succession. We do need some sort of safeguard in place to keep that from happening. But, again, specifics, not important right now.
Yes. Although, well, that thought can wait. I shall write it down.
Yes, we should exchange datapad addresses at some point.
Doesn't really work for me. When one has a sector-wide project to manage, one does move a lot.
Oh. Well, still, I'm sure I can find some way to get you a message, whether it's through Turan or Mercury or whoever else. Or you could just send me a monthly list of new and exciting dad jokes to Leth or wherever.
Yeah, I can leave you a code phrase. That way, the astropaths will do their best to send it to me. I can't promise you anything about how long it will take to arrive or how long I will take to reply. I have no idea where I will be on any given day.
Oh, that will have to suffice.
Yes.
Well, let's look to the rest of the group to see if anyone has anything to add to that.
Good. But knowing our luck, we're probably going to be meeting each other again very soon.
Well, ideally, you will be able to take the falconers to the moor and present them in triumph. And we will have a great many Eldar and Orc skulls to show off.
Oh, you can make
We
a
can
local
have
little necklace out
brunch.
of them. I don't say that in character, that's just funny. But yes, and once we have the falcons restored, we can send them to go crusade against whatever this new Xenos threat is. Or whatever invasion we may be facing. Since apparently there's somehow not a single other chapter of Space Marines in this entire sector.
There are only so many to go around. There are a great many sectors. And really, I counted at least a quarter of all the starters are within 2 sectors of the Eye of Terror.
You know, given that it's the Eye of Terror, I'm not even going to question that. That makes sense.
Yes, it makes complete sense. It is quite possibly the wisest strategic decision that the High Lords ever made. It does mean, here, the other side of the segmentum from it, in what should be the middle of Imperial space, we aren't particularly high on the priority list, and we just don't get any.
Well, we got some, but then we threw them away. But hopefully they're back now, and we can get them back to work.
Indeed. I'd expect they'll likely be quite below strength.
Yes, I imagine, but still, one Astartes is worth, was it 100 guardsmen? Any help would be appreciated in these dark times.
It really depends on the circumstances. In the right field, a single Astartes can be worth more than an infinite number of guardsmen. But yes, the saying is 1 for 100, even though that's literally never true.
Well, still, whatever new threat is about to hit us, throwing a bunch of incandescent Astartes who have had several thousand years to lubricate their bolters and not do overly much, I'm sure, or rather hope, would probably be a great boon to us, and a unwelcome shock to our enemies.
Well, best of luck to you. The throne be with you and the Emperor protect.
And you, Maeror, Tyran, may you find victory and line your walls with the skulls of Xenos.
I'd say you feel free to call me Killian, but let's all be honest. Maeror just rolls better.
I mean,
Certainly
you can
does.
shorten that down to Ian. That's a lovely name. Actually, my uncle's name. Anyway, yes. Maeror, then. We'll see you on the other side.
Indeed.
Say it's time for, big dramatic turnaround with a big cape swirling, but I have a dog and a husband, so I'm just gonna kind of awkwardly shuffle around and leave.
That's fine. I'll switch my cape for both of us.
Hell yeah. Alright, we out.
I'll just swoosh you on over to the planet map.
That went really well, you guys. We did it.
God, that guy's scary.
I love him. He's great. He told dad jokes.
Yeah, that's the problem. He's very clearly and very openly skirting that heresy line by employing fucking Dark Magos. I wasn't gonna fucking push him on, because we kinda need him right now.
Yes, that's why I said we'll have a conversation about it later. For right now, though, he doesn't want chaos infiltrating his ranks either. And I have a feeling he meant it, because he saw what happened last time, and it was a bad time for everyone.
Oh god, he's responsible for most of the shit that has gone wrong in the sector. But
I mean, the Frank thing would have happened without him. That was just...
no, I'm talking about the Tau.
Oh, I mean, yeah, ultimately the Tau. Fuck the Tau.
I'm mostly focused on the Tau.
Yeah. Maybe when this is all over, and we can join up with Maeror and go find whatever dimensional asshole the Tau came out of and go close it. Or shit them back through a wormhole, or whatever. But
Or,
right now,
just like good old, just slagging it out with our fleets.
whatever. I mean, ideally, we send all the Tau to go die to chaos later. That is...
Ideally.
That is Mayor's plan as we understand it, and to be honest, I like the plan.
Oh, God.
So yeah, all things considered, that went pretty swimmingly, I think.
Yes,
Yes.
we're all right.
I mean, the bar was set pretty low at we just suddenly get into a gunfight, but
Yeah, no, I mean, The likelihood of that happening without either DCL or Narcia spurging out completely, we're pretty low. But still, I mean, we came out of this with a firm alliance of them helping us, and even an offer for Maeror to come chill with us for a while as a party member, which is pretty cool. I appreciated that.
That was nice. Yeah.
Oh, don't worry. If there are many things for Narcia to spurg out, this is not one of them.
I'm sure he'll join us while we have to go clean up his mess in the southern part of the galaxy.
Look, that would be cool if at some point we get to have Maeror as a follower.
Oh god.
But look, it's really cool in Savin after like 300 sessions that now sometimes the party just recruits Lord Winter and he follows them around on adventures and does shit. And former vampire blackguard, now just your kind of racist uncle.
How has no one killed him yet?
I don't know.
Okay.
In fact, the main antagonist of the current 70, his whole shtick is trying to kill Lord Winter. The party keeps telling him no. You're not allowed.
That's so dumb.
I don't know
Man,
what kind of psyop you pulled here, but I admire it.
As someone who started watching your content back in Artifacts, I am very confused at how I ended up here, and how Lord Winter ended up there.
Well, the party kept not killing Lord Winter in campaign after campaign, and eventually he accomplished literally all of his objectives. But the party was successful in convincing him to just not spurg out and just enjoy his life. And eventually they cured him of being a vampire, and now they've turned his demon queen wife into a hot elf, and they're going to go repopulate the elf race. Not as like some sort of reparation for the genocide earlier, but just as a big F-you to all the dark elves that are still living in the shadow of their former empire.
Dear God.
Just fucking...
Just gonna dab on them. Okay.
Yeah, he literally just every chance he gets, Winter just dabs on the elves. And it just works.
To be
no one can
fair,
stop
they
him.
deserve it.
They do. They're assholes.
The orcs show up and just help them just because fuck the elves.
Yeah.
It's just... like, way back when, before you guys were even recording, it was just said that, you know, the party had given Lord Winter his wife back, and then Fen called him a faggot.
Yeah. And,
rightfully so.
He took the faggot thing a little personally, but he got his wife back, and now he's just chilling with his wife, enjoying his retirement, and he watches TV and says mildly racist things about the elves sometimes.
As Bob and Snippy do anyway.
Yeah, exactly. It's really not anything out of the ordinary.
Wait.
He just
Mildly? I'm being aggressively racist towards those fucking knife ears. Mildly.
That's pretty mild. Anyway, hi Merz. We were just talking about how it'd be cool to have Maeror chill with us later, but you know, that's for next time.
Yep, you could have had it now, but
I know, but alas, I don't trust Turan to be mildly competent without him. Speaking of Turan, though, now that we're out of here and before we leave, I am going to buy her a really nice dress with some fishnets to replace the one that Ro destroyed. Or rather, not to replace, to improve upon, because she deserves it. She's my friend now. I'm gonna put like a -30. That sounds fair on this, but also...
Actually, if you give me a moment, I can
Okay.
give you the actual one. Because, you know, fancy, God, what's the name of the company that does this, actually?
Fantasy
No,
Blight?
did this. It is that?
Yeah, that's Fantasy Blight. FFG.
Okay. Yeah, they don't do a lot of things, but they do give like a big text box all about different
yes.
types of clothing.
I remember that text box.
Doesn't itself have the rarities of each type, but yeah, clothing as a whole starts at abundant. And if you want to get a really nice thing, it would be like best quality abundant, I guess.
Sure.
Which would be +0.
Okay.
If you wanted to, yeah.
Here's one made of gold. I found it in the trash.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have like literally the nicest dress on the entire planet sent to Turan.
And you've never seen her wear a dress, but
I don't care.
she might wear this one.
Eventually, someday, Turan will need to wear a dress for some random social function. And then she'll remember Juno. Or maybe she just wants to look pretty for her boyfriend/girlfriend. I don't know. Here you go.
I mean, she could still wear a black body glove uniform for a formal occasion. It would be appropriate. But now she has an actual choice. And it's a really hard choice because Jesus fuck Juno.
Quick, Narcy, now's your chance. Kill her and
Kill her and take the dress for my own.
There has not been a formal ball in the Imperial Palace for 10,000 years. But if there was one, this dress would be appropriate for it.
I think it stopped because Rogodorn wore a literal wall.
Hey, you say that, but the thing with Dawn is that he actually really liked the aesthetic of the palace before he had to fortify it.
That
He was legitimately hurt by having to take down all of the pretty architecture and just replace it with crenellations.
I mean, that is true. That I remember him freaking out a lot about that.
Yeah. All right.
No, I don't think I will.
So,
I mean, I could hear that in both his voice and the TTS voice.
Yes.
Yeah, I can. For me, the only voice for Rogodorn is the voice actor from.
Texas speech.
Yeah. Speak to me, magic pain glove.
Doesn't he now officially not have hands? Because they found both of his hands.
No, they found one hand.
Oh, okay. 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 Yeah.
anyway.
I'll just have my hand cut off and leave it.
All right. I think our business on this
move on.
planet is concluded.
I believe so, yeah. Oh yeah, I should drag Narcia over to the token pile. Would I'm just getting you all pre-copied for going to the Flame Falcons map, and it would be quite unfortunate to just forget Narcy.
No, I think I'm fine leading from the back. So this time I'm going to shut in the face.
Narcia's gonna sit back on the mother invention and eat ice cream, where she can't get shot by a giant space marine with a boulder.
And then I still somehow lose my face.
Yes, you just get some sort of horrible bacterial infection from the ice cream.
Let's
Ugh.
the plasma
Bacterial.
bits first for no apparent reason.
No. Nothing so sophisticated as a bacterial infection. That's just the ice cream sort of froze her mechanical face's motors, and it has to come off for repairs.
Never ends.
But anyway, yeah, that is the last of your big. Awoo. That is the last of your big business on the planet of Banemore. But if you wanted to do anything else very quickly, now is the time. Like, if you wanted to buy anything,
Bring your girlfriend along, or
Who what?
I was talking to Winter.
What?
Oh yeah, you should make sure to say goodbye to your new girlfriend and you know.
Yeah.
or just abduct her. Not literally abduct her, but
Convince her to come along.
yes.
I'm not sure I could really role play that, but I could throw a roll at it. It won't go well.
That roleplay has better chance. I think.
I'm just saying. I know I can. I'm just gonna be a.
But
See.
that being said, we could always like they don't have a blank in their unit, do they? Where we could just just borrow. By borrow, I mean we just throw a bag over his head, and you're part of our team now.
None that they're willing to share with you.
Okay. I just like the idea of just finding in this slums just this poor sad being, and you just see a guy at power. You, him, we need you.
Yes. Winter, if you don't want to roleplay it, just go ahead and give me a charm roll.
Yep. Like I said, not gonna go well.
You gotta try.
Well, I can fate point that.
Hey, you got within striking distance.
You could fate it, but you can't quite buy in.
No, but I can give it another shot, just in case. I don't think I'm gonna be using 3 fate points a session anyway.
Who knows?
We'll find out. I'm willing to risk it. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, I mean, wouldn't he have any bonuses for the earlier roll? You always get a fish for bonuses.
Roll.
The 33.
You should just always fish for bonuses.
That's true. Didn't feel like it.
No. And you aren't going to completely embarrass yourself. Yeah. You avoided the great and glorious foot in mouth syndrome that many Imperial citizens suffer from. But yeah, she does still have a job.
Hey, you want to come along? No, I'm with them. Okay, cool.
Yeah. She looks forward to seeing you again, though.
Yeah. Make sure we exchange contact information.
An easy job, in and out. 5 minutes.
$20-minute adventure.
Un momento.
See, both of us had ungodly high toughness, though. That's what helped with that.
Yeah, I don't know about her toughness, but mine is not good.
Well, let's just let me have just a quick peek. Hers is fairly good.
Yeah, mine is a 29, so basically just right under average.
Yeah, she has 44 with unnatural 2.
Jeez.
Alright, Ceiko. You're gonna have like a plus 40 to this.
Oh,
Well, I passed with a plus 40.
The next generation of Sniper Elite is conceived.
Oh, so bad.
that's my boy.
Alright, let me just note that down.
All right, then.
See, now if we ever do another Dark Heresy campaign, you got your next character sorted out.
Yes, at least if we were to go for a full generation skip, I don't know if we would. A full generation skip would mean going past the most important event ever.
Yeah, but then we can go chill with Gilliman, so worth.
Except you can't, you're on the wrong side of it.
We get to
He'll probably come
fight
over
him.
here eventually.
No,
After
we'd be
multiple decades of suffering and plague.
Yeah, it's fine.
no, we wouldn't be chilling with Gilliman. We'd be chilling with Dante.
You wouldn't even be that for ages and ages. You'd just be fucked.
Look, a generation in Warhammer is very subjective, okay?
That is fair. There is also the fact that 999 may have lasted any time between 10 and 40 years. Because the Ordo Chronos fucked up that badly.
Amazing.
Oh my god. I thought it might have been like that thing with Julius Caesar where he just sort of forgot to change the calendar.
No, he didn't forgot. He just added some time to it because of the.
He actually did legit change the calendar over, but because it was halfway through a year, he goes, we'll just add half of this year onto this year."
Yeah, it was to realign the calendar with
the sun. Yeah, with the solar calendar instead of a lunar.
Yeah, it wasn't because he fucked up though.
No, some of it was. Well, like anyway, before I get into that,
let's see if we can't actually get to the other important thing. Alright. So, meetings concluded. Some some hurried but no less easy purchases made. It's time to waddle on to the mother of invention. Tis 3 days at best speed to the inner jump point. A vessel of your size would normally need to go to the outer one, but Reeve and Tiran and now Maeror have all just waved administrative dicks at the problem. You can go in from the closer one. Then, well, the unfortunate news is that it is normally a month and a half from here to Lev.
Well, is the good news that we fall into a time hole and come out there 6 months in the past?
I mean, you don't know that yet.
No.
The bad news is going to turn into worse news before we get to any good news, I'm afraid.
Oh no.
At least it's not the previous roll with all the demons and the Gellerfield failure.
No, it didn't have a Gellerfield failure. It just had a continuing cascade of demons who would all want to turn it off. And, a random compartment failing.
Which could be the Geller.
It could be. That would be incredibly cruel, however.
Oh god, not again. No demons, please.
The bad news. Juno, Baltus, you both have Cynicians, right?
Yes.
Yes. Damn, I keep forgetting to buy mastery in it.
It's okay. In this situation, it really just matters that you have it, not how much you have in it. Because in this situation, you're going to need to both give me toughness rolls.
What modifiers?
Let me press a button to determine that. Okay. That is 4, actually. So, minus 20. And then you can apply as a positive any of your anti-warp talents.
Okay.
I have hexagrammatic wards. Does that help?
It would, I think.
Sweet.
The only one I think I have would be Resistance Psyker.
That would apply.
So that's just a minus 10.
I'm guessing Deny the Witch doesn't help in this particular case.
No.
Okay. Just checking. Alright, well, my modifiers all cancel each other out. So that's great. I'll preemptively spend a fate point to go up, because I don't know if you guys know this, but Juno's a fucking noodle. Lamau, I'm going to reroll.
Oof. Close.
Gonna buy in.
I saved all the fate points just for this bit.
Yeah, I've had these 2 temporary fate points for ever since my eyeballs got yanked out, and this seems like a good opportunity to use one. See, or you could just roll like Balti does and be a boss.
This is rare.
Yes.
So, it's unpleasant, but it isn't incapacitating. As Alaric said, you'll suffer, but the suffering isn't too bad. Both of you are running a low fever. Cold sweat every night, and a heat behind your eyes every waking moment.
This sucks.
You can just feel on the other side of the Geller field a much worse heat. The materium itself aflame. A warp now made of psionic fire.
Okay. Once I have realized this is going on, Balti, are you in any way competent with regards to Forbidden Knowledge Warp?
No.
I guess who has one peep of warp?
All right,
Oh, actually, yeah. Fuck, I wasn't scrolling down far enough. Oh man.
You should have it.
fine. How good is competent here?
3 dots.
Okay.
And an int of
Int of 40.
It's not bad. I think that's at least tied with Narcy.
Narcia probably has more talents for it, though.
I have, but it's not going to be better than yours, I guarantee you. But I can give you a +10 if you bring me into assist.
Yeah, I'm gonna call Narcy Balti, and whoever the fuck is Augie's chief psyker after he ventilated the last guy.
Assuming the chief psyker passes rolls and not currently
Yeah, I
trying to eat.
mean, whoever is in charge of that department right
that's-
now.
That's a fair point. I thank you for reminding me. I should roll that.
Damn it, Balti! You son of a bitch!
I mean, it wouldn't particularly matter if you weren't trying to involve him. So,
Okay, that's fine. I was like, oh no, did Merz forget some horrible penalty we could be suffering right now? Oh, Jesus.
all right, and guess the other guy.
We just hear shotguns in the background.
Okay. Yes. If you ask Augie, my navigator is still functional enough, though he has a high fever. It is not wholly unexpected. My astropaths, though, are bedridden.
I'll just take whoever is conscious and most knowledgeable.
Just need to figure out what the fuck is going on.
They are conscious, but bedridden.
Okay, we can have a meeting in their bedroom then. That's fine. Okay, I'm glad I have a staff, actually. I don't need it anymore, normally, but... Oh, fuck, I'm so dizzy. Limp myself down to the Astropath's room with Narcia and Valti.
Alright. Given their shit condition, the astropath can only give you a +5.
Fair enough. Alright, so... I don't think I can actually help, but I'm just here to cheer you on. Actually, wait, no, I can. I can tell you to work together better. Never mind. Okay. Carry on then.
Just
I tried.
15?
Yeah.
I mean, cough, look as I roll a 99. Or I can just succeed and ruin the joke.
There we go. Okay, so plus 25.
God. Oh! Fuck. So close.
Oh my god. I thought I failed.
I'm glad we didn't have to roll a bunch of dice at Maeror earlier, because apparently this is not a great day for this. Aside from my influence rolls, it's just everything's falling apart.
I mean, you didn't try to convince him to do anything he didn't already want to, so...
Okay, well. Like I said, I'm glad I didn't need to roll dice.
Yes, Balti,
was this a degrees of success or just a success?
yes, it's a knowledge thing. It's always going... Degrees are always going to matter for knowledge things.
Okay, should we roll big? Should we roll again, guys?
Yeah, fuck it. The chance of buggering it completely is fairly low. Hey, it's a DOS. Still take it. You could burn another fate point even, make it 2 DOS.
Sure. Okay, that's 2 DOS, I guess.
3.
3.
Sweet.
Yeah, so, it is well known that significant effects in the material world can have mirrored effects in the immaterium, or vice versa. It's one of the causes of warp storms, in fact. It's a big psychic event that then leaks into the material world. This, though, seems likely to be a reflection of a physical event, and based on its character, the burning heat, and especially Baltus, how it is more unpleasant for you than it is for Juno, although you are shrugging off the ill effects of it just as well. It does actually hurt you more. Is likely some ripple effect caused by the rapid return of the Flame Falcons.
Yeah, okay. That's about what I expected. Well, I had 2 hypotheses, and this is the much nicer one.
It could, however, while that's likely, you can't be 100%. It could instead be something worse. It could be a echo of the future where everything is burned to dust. It could be the death cry of billions as they are incinerated. It's just
Oh god, we're just having our Obi-Wan
amplified
moment.
and echoed. Yeah, you absolutely could. The likelihood of those is lower, but the warp is a place of emotion and belief and symbolism. So, the warp being a light with flame in the Gothic sector, that could very well be tied to the return of the Flame Falcons. Or it could be the imminent flames of war. Or it could be the flames of death, flames of salvation. There are a lot of things flames could mean.
Like a barbecue.
Ah, yes, it could be
No?
Big Daddy E just having his yearly barbecue.
I hope it is. It'll have a lot less corpses. I mean, unless you're a psyker, then it's a lot more corpses.
Yeah, there's a lot of psyker corpses involved in Emperor's barbecue.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Yeah. And occasionally when he farts, a warp storm happens, but, you know.
I feel like as his body decays, that just becomes more and more commonplace. It's a big old gas bag. Anyway. Okay. Well,
He's decayed past the point of gases thousands of years ago.
He doesn't
Ew.
have a stomach.
He is
has
just
other
bones
gases in his
now.
body.
He
Is
is
there actually
literally just bones.
no flesh left at all?
Yeah.
No. I always thought that was kind of hyperbole in the art, but I suppose if that's how it is, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, if you've have you read any of the Dark Imperium novels?
No.
Yeah. Gulliman gets to go in there and there is a lot of light and sound and fury and it's a skeleton.
I see. Yeah, I just read the summaries on that because I can't be bothered to read 40k stuff, but I like Rowboat.
I'm actually really impressed that they turned him into a character that I no longer hate.
Yeah, actually getting to be the star rather than one of the many lead protagonists, or actually in most cases one of the supporting characters, that really helped him. Actually get to know him rather than how he just presents.
Because he's really good at presenting one thing, but he's really another.
Yeah, all of the Primarchs do that.
Well, not all of them.
I mean, Angron's just
Uh,
angry.
I mean, I was speaking of Jatatai Khan.
Oh, yeah.
specifically.
Oh, he does that most of all.
No, he's like, I'm a Savage barbarian, but also a cultured Savage barbarian.
Well, because he was based off of Genghis Khan.
Yeah, I know. Like he just like he would go around and like speak specifically in his language, and if you don't speak to him back in it, he gets really pissy.
But he was
No.
also like the most reasonable person at the Council of Nicaea.
He was also literally the most reasonable person throughout the entire heresy. Like, in his actual book, he first gets a message from Horus that, Ross has murdered Magnus and destroyed Prospero. He has betrayed the Emperor and the Imperial truth. And then he gets, like, briefly Alpha Legioned to stay in place for a bit. So he gets a message from Dawn saying, anyone who still believes in the Emperor, make haste to Terra. The War Master has gone traitor along with all who profess to follow him. And he looks at those two and he decides, okay, I'm going to go and investigate this shit and first off ask Ross what the fuck. Like, it's really just sensible.
No, it doesn't
There's
sound like
also
40k.
well, he's
It isn't. It's 30k.
Yeah,
You know what,
and that's why they had
fair.
to.
I walked into that.
well, he just
And-
sort of
And
wants
that's why they had to throw him into the webway.
Anyway,
He's now banging Deldar bitches.
nice.
Yes.
So yeah, back to what we
Because you want to
discovered.
go fast.
Yes.
Yep.
Before we just officially turn into a Horus Heresy podcast again.
As is the fate of every session. But yes. So, flames in the warp could mean an echo of the Flame Falcons or some great destructive fire we're walking into. Is it getting worse the closer we get to Leth, or constant?
The astropath wheezes from his bed. It could mean more, not just destruction, but cleansing, renewal.
But is it getting worse? Or more intense, I should say.
It seems to be for the two of you, at least.
Okay, so the closer we get to Leth, the more intense we experience this sensation. Oof.
Yes.
Right. Well, as the saying on my homeworld once was, if you desire peace, prepare for war. We don't know what we're walking into, but if this is a destructive flame, we should prepare for the worst. See what preparations Augustus and I can make for a hard exit to the warp. Malty, perhaps this would be an ideal time for you to get your divinations sorted out. I trust your card reading more than Alaric sometimes.
I am actually confused at that statement.
You are capable of speaking Gothic after you read. Alaric just blathers incoherently.
No, Merzendi, I did not. But
Would you like to give it a try?
sure, eventually it's gonna throw
Eventually
more.
you'll just roll well. It won't be this session because this session is cursed now, but
What are you... Well, no. Actually, roll first.
Okay.
No. And if you succeed somehow, then you'll get some questions to ask.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's no way that.
Okay, Baltus.
finally.
So, where are you doing this? Are you doing this in your own quarters, or are you doing this with the rest of the warband?
I'm definitely doing this with the rest of the, at least Juno.
Okay.
I might even do the whole thing where I have to ask Juno, okay, you have to hold my hand while I pull these.
So,
I guess it was the two of us in Narcia and that one astropath. Let's just fucking do it in this room. We'll all hold hands and seance together.
Uh, too late to back out now, I guess.
so, Baltus, anytime you draw the Emperor's Tarot, you invoke his power. But this time it's, oh boy, it's a bit more there. The cards you pull, the edges are crisped by warp flame. And a glorious golden hand moves with yours. I will answer honestly, but with symbolism and metaphor. You've 4 questions.
Holy shit. We should ask if the Flame Falcons have actually fallen to chaos. Oh,
Yeah, that seems like the most important. Are the Flame Falcons still loyal servants of the Emperor?
wouldn't phrase it like that, but sure.
And what are?
Phrasing matters.
Just want to know if they've fallen to chaos.
Okay, so Bob, you do have the final verdict on what the question is.
Okay.
Probably better to see if they're still serving the Emperor. But chaos, chaos corruption would mean it doesn't matter if they want to serve the Emperor or not, because they'll have to be purged.
Okay. Maybe I should instead of ask maybe instead of asking if they're loyal to the Emperor, maybe ask if they've been corrupted by chaos.
Yeah, that's
Wait,
what I
there's
was
also the
saying.
other problem. Didn't they almost get purged on the technicality that their flames are warp mutation?
Yes.
Yeah, it's sort of good.
Shit.
I think.
Let's go with Savin's question.
Yeah. Are they
Okay.
still? Do they still have service to the Emperor in their hearts? Are they here to help? Are they?
Okay. Are they the phrase? All right, we need to phrase this pretty good. So it would be something like, are they?
Okay, I'm not going to monkey's paw you. You don't need to be that specific, but yeah, you do need to be fairly specific in what you're asking, and
Okay, I will ask if they've been if they're loyal to the Emperor.
okay.
That's just the
First card, the Angel of Death. The second, a Cleansing Flame. Together, clearly the Flame Falcons. The Aquila and the Immovable Mountain.
Hmm.
What does the immovable mountain represent, typically? Is that like the Imperial Palace?
Yes,
the Himalayas.
Yeah, it is the mountain the palace was carved into, but but what it represents is static things remaining as they were, resistant to change, as its name implies, immovable, immutable.
Is it just the 4 cards per drawing?
We could use the last question to see if Riv is doing well.
He won't even be there yet.
What about Savior?
So,
Are the necklace a Savior? Nah.
so first off, the number of cards that show a meaning varies.
Okay.
Each one
the-
has double meanings, and then more meanings when they're like played upside down. That's
Yeah.
right.
And the Imperial Tarot, especially, the card, like a proper set, the cards are naturally blank. And when you draw them as part of a soothsaying ritual, images shape themselves on them. So when you have received a suitable answer, you stop getting images appear on more cards.
Okay. Fair enough then. I was just making sure there wasn't like a fifth card coming in to complete that house and knock it down. Yes, okay.
Okay, all right. I think I see the meaning. I think I see the meaning though behind this.
Yes. Alright, so that's one question. We have 3 or 4?
3 left.
3 left, okay. Let's see. Next up would probably be... Flame Falcons. If there's already an inquisitorial presence on the planet, like, has someone beaten us there? Like that fucking sister battle.
Well, I mean, yeah, they've already been exterminatus once though.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Is there an inquisitorial presence active on the planet right now? Or I guess
Okay.
active in the Leth system right now?
Okay, so you mean is there another inquisitorial system? Another inquisitor preventing us in this area, opposing us?
Yeah. Has another inquisitor already gotten involved in the system?
Okay, yeah.
Or is
That
actively involved in the system? Tense matters, I think.
yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, that question will stand.
Okay. 2 cards this time. The Barren Wastes and the All-Seeing Eye.
Shit, that could either mean the eye is on the barren waste of Leth, or there's nothing to be seen there.
Yeah.
Not
What does the Barren Waste like? What are one of the representations of the Barren Waste?
Emptiness.
Just
void.
emptiness?
Nothing.
Okay.
Or inevitability, aftermath.
Okay.
That seems to indicate that there's not currently a presence there. They've been
Yeah.
and left, or they are not yet there. That's good. Are the Grey Knights moving against us?
Maybe will they get involved?
Yeah, I suppose that could be present or future tense. Will the Grey Knights involve themselves in this matter?
Okay. I use okay. That I asked that question.
The Despoiler inverted. The Throne. The Barren Wastes.
It doesn't sound good. What's an inverted despoiler represent?
So normally the despoiler represents the bane of life,
Mhm.
the inevitability of destruction and bloodshed.
Oh,
Inverted, it is a rival to that. Something that stands against the archenemy. Perhaps in this case it is a representation of the knights themselves.
yeah. Yeah. All right. So the throne and the wasteland.
Or it was the wasteland and the inverted.
It was inverted despoiler, the Emperor's throne, and the wasteland.
Seem to me to indicate that they're not here yet. Or alternatively, there'll be nothing left by the time they're done. Okay.
Okay.
That's a spoopy
Maybe
reading.
maybe one for like, do we think the Flame Falcons are going to be receptive to us?
Yeah, that could be nice. Are the Flame Falcons willing to talk peace with us? Or will they be
That
receptive to talks of peace from us?
okay? Yeah. That either one of those would work. I'd go with the second one. If they're receptive to talks of peace.
Okay.
Because we already have one answer now, just to make sure they don't, fuck it up.
The Angel of Death, the God Emperor, the Despoiler.
Oh, that's a bad fucking sign.
It's bad for someone.
The
There's going to be
second
quite
one
a
you
bit of
said was just
conflict.
the Emperor himself?
Yes.
Okay.
When the Emperor card typically represents warp travel, discovery, hope in the void.
Actually, that might not be as spoopy as you think. It could be that they're actually here to help.
However, it is followed by the Despoiler normal ways up.
Yeah. They like a positive interpretation of that would be that they are here to fuck shit up, but not us. The alternative is that they are here to fuck us up specifically.
Yes.
I doubt it.
Yeah, so with the reading done,
Wait,
oh, sorry.
Baltus, you've finished your questions, but there's a draw on you to pull one more card.
Oh.
All right. I have to do it. I pulled the last card.
The Crimson King.
Fuck off, Frank.
Wait, right, I'm touching Juno. Fuck. What does the Crimson King represent? Or, interpretations.
Magnus, drawn normally, is change, opportunity, crossroads, fate. But fate that still can be changed.
Huh.
That's actually good because it means, yeah, sure, the spoiler is there. But we could get horribly murdered, but we can also not get horribly murdered.
Yeah. I mean,
A reminder that fate is not fixed in these matters.
not bad considering I learned this trick from a woman at my 6th birthday party.
Well, considering I'm glowing, I think that one was on to something. That being
I'll
said,
take your word for it.
I'm going to discuss with Augustus our plans for a potentially unwelcome translation back to real space. Good job, Balti. Give a pat on the shoulder.
Well, maybe we shouldn't immediately show aggression right at the door.
No,
I don't think we did.
not aggression. Even if they do want to fight, us standing our ground and slugging it out with Space Marine is a bad idea. Rather, I'm more thinking about lots of shields and immediately being ready to calculate an escape plan. If that turns out to be a tomb world, I'm just going to laugh. And bomb it from orbit. Alright.
They're just, the lizards with us. Okay. And sadly, guys, it's time for me to go to bed.
Yeah, I figured it would be soon. We'll run through XP and we can just after you go, we can quickly do the Juno and Orky talk.
I can't believe I got that role for Soothsayer.
Had to happen eventually, and this was the most thematic time for it too.
It really
I know.
was. But yeah, XP sounds like
Also, I kind of hope one of you wrote down which cards were drawn.
No, but handily we have this recording going on.
And I misinterpreted each one, so we got it multiple times.
Yes. Did you explore a new and interesting location?
No, I don't
really.
think so.
You went into a new office, literally across the corridor from the office you'd previously been in, but that's really...
Yeah, that doesn't count. I mean, the warp's on fire now. That's new and interesting, but I guess that's more of a new truth about the Gothic sector.
Yeah, so we can tick that. Did you develop a relationship? Yes, you did. Did you discover a new page in a PC's story? Yes, you did.
There you go.
Did you advance your investigations?
Yes.
Explain?
Well, we secured allies who are going to go handle an entire branch of our investigation for us, so we don't have to anymore.
I'd say that's a pretty substantial advancement.
Yep. Did you make a sacrifice for the greater good?
I don't think so.
Not this time, no. So 200 XP.
Nice. All right.
Oh, I should
How
bring
much
you
again?
to the galaxy.
200. Also, I have been working basically this entire campaign to get to the point where I can have this meeting all the way since probably before we met Mercury in the first place. I was trying to keep everyone's shit together about this. Can I please have a fate point for finally getting to Maeror to sit down, have a goddamn conversation with us, and help us do things?
It's a good point.
No,
Okay.
you didn't pin him down to actually talk about topics. You got him there and you got him talking, but you also very much let him completely direct the flow of it.
Listen.
And spend almost the entire time joking and sharing stories with you.
Still, pointing
Listen,
out the fact that he's working with the Dark Mechanicus and fucking up the sector.
Look, that's less important than him putting his shit down for 5 minutes to actually help us, like, work with our team to save the entire fucking sector from falling apart.
Oh, we've been
Like,
manipulated
I think what
so
we
hard
actually
right now.
accomplished was more important than just Mayor's shitty little Istvanians.
But can I have a fate point for not immediately opening fire?
You already have it. It's the one you didn't burn for losing that fight.
Losing that fight.
Well, we did have Amley. Good point. Amley was there.
Yeah, it's also the general point that he is both an inquisitor and an assassin, and he has a Catan face sword. And he wouldn't be playing nice and not using it this time. Your previous fight with him, he used power daggers. And then when Graves chased him down, then he used his actual sword and immediately cut Graves' arms off.
Yeah, right. I remember that now.
Yeah.
He did have to use fate points to get out of the way of the Meltaguns.
Yes. He has lots. He is the main antagonist.
Mm-hmm.
He gets to have 5.
Shocked it's not
Maybe-
6 because he's an inquisitor.
Maybe we should actually ally with Frank. He's starting to sound like the good.
No, we ally with Maeror. He's great. What are you talking about?
Listen. All right. So,
Which, by the way, we did, which is why I think I deserve a fate point. But okay, fine.
Not yet. No.
only we don't know how Mayor fucking works. It would be a little bit less salty, but help is help.
If he actually plays nice with you, then I'll consider it. But yeah, you do need to actually have an
actual conversation with him.
Yeah, well, that was an actual conversation, but a meaningful and incisive conversation. Then you'll get to have your diplomacy fate.
Okay.
You need to either change his worldview a bit or reach the determination that it is entirely incompatible and you do have to try to kill him.
What if I
I'm
reach
not
the
sure which
determination that I change my worldview and join Maeror?
What if we just have a massive orgy?
And that's slightly less likely, but
Yeah. If you determine he has won the debate and you become an Ishtvanian, then yes, you would get a fate for that.
the man
It
makes
would
some
put a.
compelling points.
I mean, he hasn't yet. His underlings have. You really haven't gotten him to make any points.
All right,
That's
it's
insane.
fair, but that is how he do. Again, like getting him to actually help us was marginally more important than making him feel bad about his bad decisions.
You think he's capable of feeling anything at this stage?
Look,
So, yeah.
if a man can tell dad jokes, he's capable of feeling no shame, but
I can put a program in your brain that will throw in dad jokes at a 0.53 interval.
Yeah, I would also fuck, I had a thing and now I've immediately blanked on it as I went to say it.
Oops, sorry.
Wasn't you. I had it when I started talking and then it just went. Ah well, never mind.
is that it?
I did say we would let Bob go to bed and then have the Juno Wargie talk.
Ah, yes. Get my sheet back open. I actually have Tactica and fucking what is it? Voidfarer. So hopefully between the two of us, we can come up with a plan for what to do when this inevitably goes sideways.
Tactica Imperialis, you say?
Yes.
Well, I know exactly what to do.
Is it broadside them?
Close.
Ram them?
But not close enough. Yeah, you get it.
Like it's one of those two. But yeah, okay.
Ah, yes. Imperial tactics. Do we give them all barrels or do we ram them? I think this calls for a ramming.
So that would have a plus 20 on it from assists, I guess.
I guess I'll take a 6 degrees of success.
Sure. Bring
The
Narcia.
Codex Parties does not support this action.
I think the Codex Astartes actually does support this action.
So, speaking of the Codex Astartes, its official dictates include what Astartes are allowed to have in their navy. They are allowed assault ships and bombardment ships and a couple of protection ships. Of course, practical knowledge still, but they do have a bit more than that. But in general terms, a Space Marine fleet is suited to jumping in, punching through to a world, and then storming the world. And in void battles, their biggest guns aren't really usable. Their bombardment cannons As the name suggests, they're optimized for bombardment. They struggle to actually track a ship and have a very short effective range. But once they get, but if they do get in close, they don't need the bombardment cannons. They can board you, and then they will win. There is no question or dispute about this. A ship that is boarded by Astartes but does not have its own complement of Astartes is effectively lost. It's only a matter of whether they want to try to capture it or just cripple a system.
Oh, so if we were to engage them, then lance batteries at extreme distance would be our best bet.
Yes. However, the issue there is that while the Mother of Invention is a potent ship, it is not the fastest. And even an Astartes frigate can carry enough marines to quite effectively fight their way to the bridge and kill everyone in charge.
That would be unfortunate for us.
Yes. And if you were drawn in at all, they would probably have enough time to catch up to you to actually board. And while you have some fairly potent guns,
Space Marines.
Yeah. I was actually talking about naval guns, Snips. While you have some fairly potent guns, macro, like two broadside batteries on each side, and a lance turret, that only goes so far. Your macro cannons might be able to cripple a frigate. You would need to use the lance to actually destroy them. And you don't have escorts at all. You, tactical analysis really does just suggest that if you get into a fight, you need to be already at the point of already far enough out that you can safely withdraw, or you're going to die.
Okay, so taking that knowledge into account, when we warp into the system, theoretically, like you said, it takes like 3 days to go from the inner warp point of safety to the inner planets to, where presumably the Falcons will be hanging out. How long does it take to calculate a warp jump, from the moment we hit go to translating into the warp? What's the time frame there?
So that does depend on a couple of things. if you're already in a space where you could safely make the warp jump, then you don't, or you don't care about nearby planets or other ships, then that's an advantage. You can accidentally make a bigger than normal rift. But if you are able and willing to do that, and you have a fully functional Gellerfield, you can make an emergency translation within a half hour. However, that is extremely taxing for the navigator.
A half hour.
It's doable, but tough. It wouldn't be ideal.
I guess follow-up question, just to put this in context. What is the time rate of a turn of space combat?
Half an hour.
Oh, okay, that's fantastic. Wow. Okay, so
Yeah, 40k space combat actually does understand the scale of space. Each grid square is 10,000 kilometers. Each turn is 30 minutes.
I see. Okay, so theoretically, in the turn combat breaks out, or the turn after, we could punch it into the warp.
Yes.
Okay.
This would not be ideal. It would not be comfortable, but it could be done.
Okay. Is there anything we could do prior to making the jump? Like, say, once we get into the system, can we spend the entire time, however many days that is, between our arrival and our getting to the Falcons, like pre-calculating shit and getting things ready to go?
Not really.
Okay.
Pre-calculations can be done, but they are very reliant on the warp staying the same. And the warp doesn't stay the same. It is very much an ever-changing sea of souls and misery and death.
So, get the fuck away is option A. However, if we're in like knife fighting range with them, they're probably going to try and board us. So, are there any preparations we can take to make the boarding action less likely to succeed before they get aboard? Like setting up shields somewhere or installing defense turrets. Anything like that. Maybe rigging some large explosives on the outside of the hull to blow up or blow a drop pod off of us if it gets connected.
So, the mother of invention, along with all larger Imperial ships, already has defensive turrets along all of its major routes. Shields. That would be a doable thing. However, that would require the materials. I'm willing to let you retcon in having bought those.
Makes sense.
So the issue with bombs in the outer hull, because that absolutely would work, no questions asked. That would allow you to blast off whatever docked to a certain section. Void shields don't last long in a real space battle, and you are hugely reliant on your ship's armor. When you're blasting off a chunk of hull that has a boarding pod attached to it, either you have a hell of a lot of explosives and a command detonation system that you are willing to trust with that, or you're just blasting off a solid chunk of your armor. Neither of these are sensible ideas.
Very desperate, not sensible.
Yes, desperation. I have a feeling Eloa could rig up a very precise command and control system for explosives on the hull. That seems entirely up her alley.
She could probably rig it up, but do you think she could do that in 3 days?
Well, it only needs, realistically, to be on, like, one side of the hull. Because we're going to be...
No, really.
Well, hold on. If we pull up next to an enemy ship to, discharge delegates, that's this enemy ship that's going to be trying to counterboard us immediately within the first turn. And we're not going to be sticking around more than a turn. We're going to fucking leave. So, like, if we can get at least one side of the ship covered up and ready to repel boarders, that'll be enough. Obviously, if we can do it on the other side, that's great, but getting the immediate emergency side covered would be a big point in our survivability. Unless they just come up and sandwich us on all sides, but
That would be fairly likely.
it is likely.
There's also the issue that if you're sharing delegates, it's probably going to be with the biggest ship, and that's going to... Well, a Space Marine battle barge is technically battleship class. It could have... Well, it's not a given that they would all be crewed, in the Flame Falcon's case, but it would very much be possible for them to just have multiple waves of boarding pods able to be sent out quite quickly, so that either you blast off of the first lot and then more come in, or you wait till they've all attached, by which point several strike teams of Astartes have penetrated your defenses.
Yeah. So again, not an ideal solution, but it is better than nothing, and right now we have basically nothing. So I think it's worth it to at least to roll with it and try and see how far we get. And then the shields. What do I need to roll? Maybe we could borrow the void shield Tyrann already had. That's one of them.
No.
Okay.
Void shields don't work against people just walking through them.
I mean, fair enough. All right. So what kind of shields are we talking about here then?
So it would be a improved version of the Magus pattern field wall generator. So we would be looking at extremely rare for just a couple, and then I'm going to need a moment to open the Rogue Trader book.
Oh God, that's right. Yes, we're at this point we're just making an actual Rogue Trader trade. Fantastic.
Yeah, you are actually having to deal with scale modifiers.
Yay. Well, it's a good thing my what was it? What's it fucking called? Buying power thing is pretty decent in that game too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to steal the modifier. Since that there isn't really an easy conversion.
No.
I
I mean, it's about 50%, really. Like from what I could compare between the two books, like 50% ish.
ish.
Like a 57 ish purchasing power.
Right. Where was it in this book? Here we are. All right, scale. So, yeah, the scale modifier would be minus 40.
So what are we looking at in total here?
So extremely rare is also minus 40.
Excellent.
So a minus 80.
Well, and what does that translate to in terms of just spend influence? Like 7?
So that is a fair point. In technical terms, it would cap out at minus 60, but spending, we go over that limit. So yeah, that would be for common quality. And important factor for these is that they follow the same overload rules as personal force fields. So for common quality, it would be 9.
Alright, so you said it caps out at minus 60 for the roll, right?
Yes.
Now, if I added on plus modifiers, that would just cancel out the overflow before it made the 60 any better, wouldn't it?
Correct.
Okay. Oh. I don't think I can get my... It's unlikely that I could get a commerce roll that high, even with my pure talents. So...
I believe in you.
Alright, you convince me. Let's see. So, what's the maximum?
Especially since you would get, like, the 2 assists.
Yeah,
no
okay,
question.
so 2 assists, and then peer. Now, since this is high technology shit, might I also add peer Adeptus Mechanicus? Because that's probably who we're buying the shit
Yes.
from. Okay. Here we go. Okay, it's pretty decent. Pretty decent. Okay, so
So you got 6 degrees, so I believe you get a plus 30 from that.
Yeah, so now it's only minus 50 total
Yes,
after all.
for common quality.
Yeah.
Yes, remember, common quality does have that, like 15% overload risk. And, even with a likely reduced chapter, that 15% is going to be run into a lot. Oh, actually, sorry, 10 for common, sorry. But
Yeah.
still, it's going to be run into a lot.
What is the modifier for bumping that to best quality? Is that like minus 20 on top of that?
30.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, okay. I'm just going to go with common quality. We'll risk it. All right, so minus
And
50. And...
you could go with good.
Sorry, what's good then?
20, minus 20. But that does also halve the overload rate. At that point, you might actually be able to bring Lupine Auxilia up in sufficient numbers with special weapons to stop them.
All right. Let's go with the good quality. And add on my relevant peers, so we're back to minus 50. All right, let's do it. Here we go. A Lamau. Glad I didn't greed.
You'd have succeeded by 3%.
Shh. It's fine. I got stuff. That's what matters.
You did. Eloa.
No, we need you to come back. We're gonna make you get explosives together in a minute.
Eloa can. Oh, if you're making her do the explosives, then I guess she can't install the force fields.
I mean, do we need someone of Eloa's caliber to do that? If they're just force field installation, I feel like Narcia and Casa can probably do that. The explosives, I feel, are more like success % critical.
You know, that is a fair junction. Narcy, how good are you at tech use?
Not as good as Eloa.
Yeah, but are you as good as Casa?
I have 2 ticks and I have 60 intelligence.
So
Okay,
Casa
Cassa's
has.
better than you.
Oh yeah, God, yes, she has mastery.
And she was mostly sitting on her plug this session, so yeah, she can just mastery this.
All right.
Yeah, no, get fucking work.
She's not spent any fate points. Yeah, she'll just pop a mastery on it.
Yeah, I'll just yeah, she's throwing a 90 at it before any equipment modifiers.
That's my girl.
So yeah, with mastery, that's like $5. So yeah. Force fields can be installed, and you want Eloa to supervise the bombs.
Yes. So that ideally we don't completely cripple our own armor when we no-sell people trying to board us.
Difficulty, please.
So,
Is this tech use or armory?
hold on straight. Because I can't give you that number until I ask you to something. When is Eloa starting this? Is she starting this in the warp or after you translate back?
I don't think it's safe to go out in the warp with it being on fire. That sounds like a bad idea.
And you aren't going out in the warp. Like, this is like the outer. Like, she's still staying inside the hull. Right? She's just putting bombs on the inside of the outer hull.
Okay, okay. In that case, I'll leave it up to you.
However, yes, you do make a point. The warp is on fire right now.
Yeah, I feel like this is highly unsafe, even by the standards of unsafe shit.
Well, I have a ton of stuff that makes me largely inured to this, including hexagrammic wards.
So, you have a lot of stuff that makes you resistant to psychic manipulation and stuff. How much stuff do you have against just being on fire?
My armor counts as armor bonus against damage against fire.
Okay, and how much do the bombs have against being on fire?
Fair point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a thing that you could risk, but yeah, that is the risk. And I wouldn't like to see a bad roll just vent Eloa into the warp.
I mean, if
Fine, we'll
it's
wait.
tech use, then you can just master it.
No. Mastery only works when you don't have a negative against your roll.
So what's the negative on your roll?
I imagine quite high.
Well, I'm not telling you. It is a very reasonable deduction that there would be a substantial negative on it for trying it in the burning warp, but I'm not going to tell you actual specific numbers.
Yeah, but the thing is, I have 4 ranks of logic and depths of knowledge where I can think to myself, yeah, I'd have a negative on that, and it wouldn't be a +0.
Yes, you wouldn't need any of that to think that this is probably going to be difficult. But even those aren't going to be sufficient to tell you the exact number.
And again, it's meaningless because I wouldn't be able to use mastery, so no. Let's not blow up the ship.
Makes sense to me.
You could, though. You could just blow it up.
But how
And
many
then
fate
that
points
would
you
be.
get?
I would actually give you one.
Don't do it. Or do I don't really extend the campaign here. That's why we just TPK in the warp.
No. You wouldn't TPK. It would. I'd give you a fate. I would give you a permanent fate point for it, and I would tell you the consequences would just be you lose your armor rating when you come out, and in the meantime, your navigator got slightly distracted by bits of the ship blowing up.
No, we're fine. I've made my decision.
All right.
Oh, okay. I guess I don't get to give you 6 days of Demon Halla.
So, do we have enough time in the session for us to translate out of the warp and for me to roll, or am I rolling next session?
You can make the roll.
Tech use or armor?
Tech use. I believe that's the normal one for doing explosives.
Correct. That
Yes.
was-
Let me just check the size rating on the Mother of Invention, which requires me remembering where I've filed all these sheet. There it is. Okay, so it has 56 space. You have 3 days, so let's round that down. Minus 15 for because of time constraints.
Minus 15 tech use. That means I can't use mastery. However, between my multitask service goal. Okay.
Well,
Nice.
you did indeed do it. So, you guys, the Mother of Invention translates in a... Translation is never a comfortable thing. It's never a peaceful thing. It's normally a bright light and to those psychically attuned a clap of thunder. Now it's not just light, it's a roar of flame. It is, to those of you with soul sight, a talon reaching from the Terran space to try to skewer you, try to tear the ship back. But it fades away, melting into formless fire. You can see the Lev system ahead. The observation satellite still making its quiet orbit. A half dozen ships of the Vindalexian Mechanicum and House Lupus's allies and hirelings, those that were here to colonize and civilize Lev. And above them, hanging in a predatory formation, 9 warships. 2 capital class. Oh, well, no. Fuck! God, fuck. I've read too much fucking 40k fiction because that's a thing that pisses me off when they do it. And I just fucking did it.
It has infected your brain.
Nice.
I know that feeling.
But yes, 2 capital ships. Larger. Only I think Eloa will recognize their actual classes. a Warspite-class battle barge. By its side, an Olympia-class strike cruiser, and 7 frigates, Thunderbolts, Gladiuses, and a pair of Nova classes. It is a small fleet, no question, but likewise, there is no question of its power. These ships could fight another of similar size, if not to victory, to a bloody draw. The two capitals each could enslave a world in days. 9 ships sit high over Lev, and a few hours will pass as Eloa starts to set about her work. It is that after them, a Vox message comes. It's distorted a little by the distance and slowed. You'll need to close in to reply, but it is still there. And Augustus shares it with all of you.
Imperial vessel. I am Grand Master of the Flame Falcons. Close in and identify yourselves.
All right. Just glance over to Augie.
Well, it's not openly hostile.
Well, we're here to talk.
A tad dictatorial, but not much more than any fleet master.
Indeed.
Still, a lot more powerful than we currently are.
Yes.
You speak truly. There are some classes there that I had thought lost millennia ago.
I mean, technically, you're right. They are lost. They have been lost for a millennia. So have the Flame Falcons.
The battle barge. It's like their record. It ends millennia before the Falconers were meant to be founded.
Wonder where they got that.
If it's not theirs originally, perhaps there'll be some markings or Imperial serial number we can identify once we get closer.
A bridge officer will pipe up there. With partial idents on all of them.
That's fast.
Oh, they're blaring it for all to see.
But,
No countermeasures.
what about that large ship? What's it calling itself?
The Eternal Flame, Mom.
May I use Depth of Knowledge for Forbidden Lore Adeptus Astartes?
Sure.
Difficulty, please.
+10.
Oh,
Alright. During the Great Crusade, the Warspite class battleship, or battle barge, was used heavily by the Imperial Army and less so by the Legions Astartes. After the Great Heresy, the army no longer had need for the army was split into the Guard and the Navy, and a dedicated heavy troop transport, like a battleship class personnel carrier, that didn't fit. All of the remaining ones were given to the Space Marines, though most were it is quite impressive. The Flame Falcons got one in M36. This was probably one of the last ones of its class, and they were rare and largely forgotten. No surprise, Augie. Things they were gone since the Crusade.
Fair enough. So, do we want to fire up engines and get close enough to communicate with them, and then let Savin go to bed at that point?
We'll let him sleep now.
yep, bed.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Good night.
So, I guess we're just gonna fire up the engines, and next week we'll talk with the Flame Falcons. Is that the plan, everyone?
Hell yeah.
Yep.
Sure.
Pretty much.
Okie dokie. Thank you very much for running.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you guys for showing up.
God, Merz. Space Marines. More fucking Space Marines.
Bash Marines.
Yes, I'm sure you'll manage. And it's not like Space Marines are so fucking extra and imperial that the meeting room that they have set aside is shaped like an Aquila or anything.
Awesome.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Alright.
How fun.
If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, thanks for tuning in. We will see you tomorrow for Savin Day. Hopefully it won't be canceled this time. Till then, adios.